Can't hear me. I was like totally deaf. I'll have to clip that part out. So we're going to be studying for the CKAD, the CKS, and the CKA, versus Kubernetes co-learning. And
Now it's okay.
we'll be doing that on Fridays. On the Fridays. So if we go to the schedule, let me go to the schedule. So if we go back to the schedule, which by the way, if you type schedule in chat or Cal, either one, you can get the calendar. This is new. If you click on that, it'll take you to the calendar, which has got what's going down on it. So I'm going back to scheduling. I do this every year. I get obsessed with scheduling. I go back to scheduling, and then I say I throw the schedule out and don't do any scheduling. Happens pretty much every year. But for right now, I'm kind of into this idea of having some things, at least some things, mapped out so you can see what's going to come up. So I won't get into what the schedule is about, but Kubernetes co-learning is the one. So anytime you see an anchor, that we're going to be doing Kubernetes, because anchor, right? Because it's Kubernetes thing. And we need to go through and kind of decide what we're going to do. The tests that we're going to get are all based on Kubernetes certification. I don't want anybody to misunderstand, though. This is not a course. And I'm going to keep the music on kind of lightly in the background, largely because I'm listening to it as well. It won't go in the VODs, so, but if you want to hear the music, that's fine. And I'm going to try to stick with it for 5 hours. We're going to do the Pomo sessions. You know what I think we'll do?
J-Beers Club, J-Beers Club, J-Beers Club, J-Beers Club.
Lol.
J-Beers,
Hey, J-Bears. I turned my TTL down. So we're going to do... I mean, there's a bunch of stuff you can do. Everybody asks me, well, should I do cloud code or whatever? And I actually bought a membership to that. So I don't know. We'll do whatever. But Kubernetes IO is the main site, and we're going to have to recap some of the training videos that I did before. No, that's fine. I turned TTL off. It was my own bad. It was my bad, J-Beers. It's my bad. I forgot to turn it off from IRL today. So this is messy. It's not for everybody. So if you want an organized course, this is not the place to go. It's very hands-on. It's very hacker mentality. We're going to hack it to learn about it. And that's what we're doing. I am going to put these videos in a series, though. And I'm going to put them both as a collection on YouTube. I'm sorry, as a playlist on YouTube and as a collection. I'm not going to edit them at all, though. I'm going to try really hard to not swear. So if I swear, please remind me not to. I kind of want to make more of my stream family friendly. Good luck, huh? Good luck with that. But that's the goal. All right, so let's like dive in. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start a Pomo. A Pomo is no cursing. Yes, we're going to start a Pomo. So I'm going to do Pomo set. What are we setting here? I got to get that to autocomplete the different things. Let's see. Pomo conf. Edit. Nope. Pomo var list. Which ones do I have? Var data. All right, so we have set to 52 minutes. We're going to change the durations for Pomos to 50. 8.2. Holy cow. And I mean, I don't even have to do it. We're going to try to do 10 minutes on the hour. So at the top of every hour, we'll probably start a new one. And it's kind of good because we're kind of there right now. So let's do timer interval. No, Pomo set interval. Oh, we don't need an interval, I don't think. Pomo set duration 50 minutes. Pomo start. Oh, still did 52. Must not have taken for some reason. No, I have to fix my Pomo thing anyway. How about this? Pomo start 50 minutes. I should fix it. There we go. The countdown timer is still there. I'm not going to be using them. I'm going to get rid of it. That was for back when I was doing clips and stuff. I'm not doing that anymore. We're going to turn the music off during Pomo sessions, and then we're going to turn it on during breaks. So that's how you know if we're on break or not. Okay. I may have the music on in the background, maybe not, because I kind of want to focus as well. So let's get going. For this first Pomo, we have 5 of them today. So we're going till 5, and we're gonna do the first one. I want to like revisit the plan. So for this hour, I want to revisit the plan about what I'm studying for, how I'm going to do it, and all that stuff. I actually have to find all the stuff that I've done already for this. So I don't want to just like just be around. I want to like see what we have. Set, edit. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking during this because this is a co-learning kind of thing. There will be some times that I won't be talking through what I'm doing. Like if I was doing co-learning with coding, I would probably, if I'm doing a coding session, I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to do it. I'm not going to talk about it. But if you want to tune into something that I'm like talking through, this is the thing, this kind of thing. Set, edit. It's going to be hard for me to focus though. I don't focus nearly as well when I do this. Cloud images are bad for beginner training, weekly physical training. I need to change that. Wrapping almost all web training for the boost. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of these. Added Kubernetes Colearning back to Fridays. Let's try that one. Okay, for someone. Yeah. All right, that was good. Dedicated Kubernetes clusters are a thing. Added Kubernetes Colearning back. Kubernetes abstract. Let me see if I can do another one. Thank God you can search your Zets, right? Yeah, see this? I started doing Kubernetes Colearning notes. And yeah. Let me look at those. Cloud Native and Kubernetes Colearning October 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 22nd. These are 2 different sessions. Colearning, Cloud Native, Kubernetes, Fridays till the 3. This is the stuff I was in before. I mean, obviously it was a long time ago. It's not 12 to 3 anymore. Structure preparation for curriculum. This is good because I took notes about it. I can go back and look at them. Not directed learning. A few things to note. Streaming to YouTube and Twitch. Only Twitch is active. That's not true. I know. I need to redo this. Updated June 3rd. 2022. I kind of want to have a timestamp for when it was last updated as a part of my Zet thing, but I don't know. I mean, I could do an option here. This is the hard part. I'm going to get sucked into all these fun things to do. Schedule. I misspelled that. What? I must have searched for something. Okay. Search for preparation. Okay. Streaming to Twitch only. VODs saved on Twitch and YouTube. And the problem is that I don't know if I'm going to put my notes in the VODs. I probably should do that though, so people can find the video. Otherwise it's useless, right? Hey, how's it going? with notes. Let's do noted VODs on YouTube. Only Twitch is activated. No. No camera since it takes place screen space. No. Notes are combined with some others. Prioritize CKA, CKS. Definitely will include mistakes and fails. Freeform experimentation. If you're looking for structured learning, look somewhere else. Definitely will include mistakes. We do have a Google Calendar. Bit.ly bit.ly/RWX Rob. Is it Cal or Sketch? Yeah, that's it. Check with your company. You might have time allotted allocated. If you have questions, just ask. Based on we'll use kind, Minikube, and CubeADM. Measures available on the cert exams. No. Only use tools and techniques available during the exam. I should probably put primarily use resources available on the cert exams, because you can't use the other ones, and if you don't know how to get them, you'll be in trouble. Assume certification has merit in any case. Getting started. Follow the documentation. Recommend VirtualBox driver for Minikube. I wonder if we should still do that. Okay, so one of the things we need to do is we need to be able to set up these instances to run all of this stuff. And we're not going to use the cloud for that. So we're going to be firing up VMs. Yep. And stuff. So yeah, I mean, my Zet's got everything in there. I don't need to put that there. Yeah. All right, that's enough for that. Let's go back through the notes. I'm going to have to read them. There's lots of them. Read the 15th notes. Why do we have two 15th notes? That's weird. I can do this though. Zet list Colearning. Bash. Oh, come on. Oh, Zet link Colearning. Send that to bash. There we go. Kubernetes and cloud native Colearning. Oh man, we skipped Elasticsearch. I'm dropping that. I'm not doing that anymore. Bunch of stuff here. I mean, this is stuff you could search out, but I kind of want to just link to it because I'm about to save this and I want to find it again. What is this? 5. So like if you all are going to my Zet notes, I mean, if they're in the YouTube stuff, you guys won't have to do that. So, but I don't want to make this a production. If it's too big a production, I won't do it. So I have to be really careful. All right, let's go to get into that column. I don't think it did the name twice. Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm about to find out. I don't think so. I need to do that. This is going to make me want to do that again. Hey, how's it going? Hey, huh. Do. Is it set? What is it? Is it link? Man, I can't remember my own stuff. No, it's URL. Oh boy. There we go. So, oh, we do. Look at that. We have a log in here that we were keeping. We started to keep a log actually. Yeah. Scenario solution steps summary. Remember, turn the music off and start recording. This is because I was making videos. Yeah. I think this is how the cloud thing does it. I kind of want to keep that. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to structure the learning so I can have, if I need to put it in a lab, you know. I probably need to make a lab. Yeah. I probably need to make a lab. Kubernetes Linux distro. Oh, cool. Yeah, this is the place to put our learning stuff. Yeah. I don't want to learn this, but it's not cloud native cloud learning. It's like for everything. This is like a way to learn operations stuff. Uh-huh. My Z needs to be fixed too. That's not the same one. Cognitive Colearning, this one right here. Well, no, I'm not going to get him. I'm going to go for him, but I'm not going. There's no way I'm going to learn him. I can't. There's no way I'll make it by August. I only have Fridays to study. I have a job, and I do the boost. And now I actually am trying to get healthy again instead of being fat lard that I am right now. So that's my answer. If it has a little bit of passion, it's because I'm a little pissed off that I haven't discovered the balance earlier. Because now I'm out of shape, and it's costing me in time because I am out of shape. So my brain doesn't work as well. I can't work as sustained pace. If you let your health go, everything else will go. I'm just telling you right now. I'm warning you. You probably know this already, particularly when you get older. If you think, oh, I'll just come back to it after 3 months of like intense like crunching on code, forget it, because you'll fuck your body up so bad you won't be able to do the code later. I'm just frustrated with myself because I've let myself get this far. It kind of pisses me off. Don't do it. Don't do it. I swore I said I wasn't going to swear, and I just swore like 5 times. All right. So this is what I did back. This is back in the day when I was making videos to go with each of these, right? And I was taking down the notes and stuff as we go. And yeah, no more because their knees cries. Yes. Yeah. Well, you got to find something else. You got to do something. So here's the thing. I've actually done, I don't know if we want to go back to this or not. The first time I was doing this, I was making a video for every session, and I was writing down the stuff in there about what we were going to do. So it might be worth going back and reminding myself. Easy RSA is literally around OpenSSL. Discover that Kubernetes itself uses. I'm just recapping here. I mean, I feel like we should do one of these per session. Discover that Kubernetes itself uses UCRSA. It was OpenSSL library, CFSSL, OpenSSL has been gold standard. So we made it. I remember. Okay, I'm remembering now. Do we use OpenSSL for our installation, or do we use something else? So we decided to use OpenSSL. It's everywhere. Ever since I did this, it's been all about that as well. I try to adjust the KubeADM search tomorrow. All right, related. So we do need some high-level note-taking going on. So yeah, this is actually good. And I guess it's more of a journal entry. It's more of a log entry. This is one of those cases where Zettlecast kind of breaks down because it's not designed to do logging. I know Kubernetes the hard way is horrible. Horrible. I do not waste your time with that. It will fuck you up. It was so bad. Dude, it's bad. It's ancient. It's based on really old practices that are pre-KubeADM. Why would anybody do it? I mean, seriously, if you want to waste your time, and I don't want to waste my time. Sorry, I have very strong feelings about it because everybody was telling me that, and then I went through it. When I was looking at PKI. The OpenSSL stuff, because you still need to do that. Yeah. That stuff came from me doing, those dates were probably from somebody telling me I needed to do Kubernetes the hard way, and I started going down the hard way, and then I realized it was total BS about. Watch, I'll show you. I'll open up October 16th or whatever. So start with KubeADM cert. So that was instead of your own CA. I know it is. Those previous notes were from me discovering it. And so we lost 5 hours going through Kubernetes the hard way because it was supposedly the best way, and then learning that KubeADM does it for you automatically, so why are you screwing around? So that's why I'm mad. What I'm mad about is that all the popular ideas out there to help people out are full of crap. They're really bad because they're not based on anything current. And so look, this is good that I regrouped and I redid all of this, because the one thing that I know for absolute sure is I am not doing anything that doesn't have me install my stuff with KubeADM, because anything else, even if it's not covered by the CKA or whatever, and they give you an ingress or a CNI, I don't care. I want to go through the pain of that because that's part of the job of learning how to do it. To keep it up to date, they can't keep it up to date. It's designed, Kubernetes the hard way is designed for one specific purpose: to help you understand the low-lying API and certificate configuration and stuff like that Kubernetes runs on, that KubeADM does for you. The best way for you to learn Kubernetes, I'm glad we're having this conversation. The best way to learn Kubernetes is to read the KubeADM source code, the end. Because it has the phases broken down, it has the steps for installation, it has all of it there. It calls out to OpenSSL and makes the certs, and you can see, oh, you have to make certs here. That means I got certs I'm going to maintain. So that's the way that is the hard way. To me, the hard way now is reading the KubeADM source and following along with it. So like we'll follow the guides on wherever Kubernetes IO or whatever and do kubeadm, and then we'll read the code in kubeadm and see what it does instead of just having it be a black box that does everything for us. We'll get that level of hardware knowledge by reading the source code, which has been codified and validated by thousands, if not more, people. So, and I don't believe that. I believe that's the new hard way to me. In fact, I kind of want to document it that way. Discovered that the tutorial is completely useless. Decided to use the official docs instead. Skip ahead to avoid the ranting. Decided to create images for control and worker nodes. Okay, this is good. This is good. Remembering me. But I don't like that they're all separate documents. The reason they're separate documents is because I was using a tool that would associate those together. So I'm probably going to start a new log, and like I did for the boost, right? I don't think the lab notes and the learning notes need to be Kubernetes. If I learn about a specific thing, like a concept or something, yes, but a log entry, not so much, right? So let's keep reading them. I mean, this is the main reason. Is it's so hard to read them. As of today, kubeadm requires swap B off. They changed that, by the way. Still pursuing host containers with kubeadm init. Yes. This actually sent us off making a thing to make our own, making fluff to make our own images. And that was a huge rabbit hole. It was fun. I still want to do it, but I need to get ready to surf it. Lots of Docker file work to get deps installed. And it's Docker sock to get the same Docker. This is all because we were doing Minikube. Systems are running. Maybe I'll check errors. Ready to start doing more kubeadm config. Okay. I mean, that was a pain in the ass. I remember. I keep swearing. Was it 16? So we're on 17. Regroup and start from scratch using just Docker. Added over. Oh my God. I went down another rabbit hole where I tried to do everything in Docker. I tried to make the nodes. I tried to use, like Minikube does, I tried to make the nodes into Docker nodes. I've since learned a huge lesson. You cannot test storage classes and fill disk limitations and things like that using that approach, which is really, really important if you want to do actual Kubernetes work. If you want to do actual Kubernetes work, set up an actual Kubernetes cluster, even if you're using virtual machines. Do not use Docker containers as nodes unless you're doing something really trivial and small and you're just trying to learn the concept of a service or something. You'll get bitten every time, because I went through all this work to try to hassle to try to get. I went back and through Podman. I went back Podman because Podman lets us use systemd, and I was like, well, I want to get these Docker containers to feel like real machines, and so I did lots of hoops. I went back and forth between Podman and not Podman, Podman, not Podman, because that does allow systemd. It wants you to install and everything, and you can't use systemd at all in a Docker container. It doesn't even there. You have to go through all these hoops to install it properly, and you waste all of this time setting up what would be a machine when you could have just made a virtual machine in the first place and been done with it. So I have learned this lesson so hard, and I'm really glad, and I'm going to make a whole thing just about this one lesson. The best way to learn Kubernetes is using machines. Yeah, they're for bootstrapping Kubernetes and stuff like that. Yeah. There and for development, but the ironic thing is that they use Minikube all throughout the Kubernetes IO tutorial. It's all about how to use it, and you have to start this up and then try it out, because they want you to be able to test that thing really fast. And CodeKata and all the other ones, they have an actual Kubernetes system installed that you can go in and do it. Most of the way, I've been told that most of the certification is actually using Minikube, because the concepts are so small, you're not going to be using the other thing. But here's the reason I think that you shouldn't do that above every other reason, because at the same time that you're doing that, are doing this setup for our Kubernetes learning infrastructure, we could be killing two birds with one stone, whatever you want to say. I don't like that analogy, we could actually, yeah, it depends on what you learn. But here's the one thing. It takes more time to set up your own kubeadm, your own infrastructure with kubeadm. But here's the thing. setting up your infrastructure with kubeadm, the resulting infrastructure that remains after that is suitable to test and to use for anything at all going forward. Kind of Minikube and MicroK8s, none of them fit that criteria. So you have an option here. You can like learn little concepts here and there and like set up kind and then Minikube. You need to learn those anyway, but and you can do that, and then you can throw all that stuff away. Or you can take the time to take snapshots and make virtual machines while you're going through the process. It's Kate's admin versus Kate's user, kind of, yeah. But I personally think, I guess what you're saying, so like if you were going for a CKD and you just want to be able to make a Kubernetes application, you're assuming Kubernetes is there already. That's a much different deal than setting up Kubernetes. So if you are going to go for the CK and you're going to go for the CKD, and I think you should focus on setting up your own Kubernetes workspace, your own Kubernetes architecture at home. Whether you want to use it on a Raspberry Pi, which I don't recommend, by the way. I used to, I don't anymore. Or using a virtual machine that uses the given operating systems that are required by most enterprise, namely Ubuntu Server and Red Hat, or Rocky or Alma. If you want your knowledge to persist and you want to have a lab infrastructure that will allow you to test other things after you get your certifications, after you do everything else, and you want to have a more advanced knowledge. In other words, you have to set up your own ingress and everything like that, which is going to be a pain, but that's good pain because that's stuff you would have to do if you were contracted to do that for on-prem. If you went on-prem and you had to set up a cluster for a machine learning group, which is my job, then you'd need to go through all of that. That means you'd have to make decisions about whether you use OpenLDAP, whether you use Keycloak for your IDC provider, how to get logins, all this stuff. This stuff is all stuff that's not covered by the certification, but if you do it right when you're getting ready early, then all the infrastructure and lab stuff that you build out to learn the basics actually conveys, and then you can learn it later. And I really want to emphasize that point. It's really important because it's just so important. And I learned this the hard way. No one told me this. I wish they would have. So stage 2 is to create a single control and worker clone cluster. So this is good. So I did. So we're going to do stage 1 is just create a single node cluster on just one VM. Stage 2 is to create a single node and a worker node, so it's a single control node and a worker node cluster. Stage 3 is to create an HA controller and work node cluster. That's high availability means that we're going to do redundancy. That's also another thing they will never ever do on any cert, but you should damn well know how to do that. If you don't know how to set up a high availability controller, you cannot call yourself a Kubernetes administrator as far as I'm concerned. And I am one, and I don't know how to do it. I know the concepts behind it, but I haven't done it. And you know how to set up etcd and all that jazz. It's a lot of work. This is a ton of work. You guys have seen the iceberg picture, right? Everybody's seen the iceberg picture. So if you're trying to decide whether you should get into this or not, let me show you a picture that might be sort of comical, but it sets the expectations. I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's people are like, oh, I want to. Every once in a while, somebody will hit me with, oh yeah, I need to learn Kubernetes. You got any resources I can pick that up this weekend? Yeah, I know. It's not even complete. I know. And so it's like, people, and I'm like, okay, they think that they're going to pick it up like Docker files or something. With Docker, you can pick up in a weekend. You really can. Docker Compose, maybe another weekend. We're not off on Pomo yet. We're about done. But let me show you. Let me give you an idea of here. So you see the vulnerability? All the Kubernetes APIs are exposed because people don't know what the heck they're doing. Here we go. This is Kubernetes. Wait, I have to zoom in. How come it won't zoom in? God damn it. Good damn it. I swore again. Damn it. Open image in your tab. Now can I go zoom in? So here's, secrets, jobs, ingress, config maps, services. This is like application stuff, right? No, that's fine. And then down here, you have like all this other stuff, stateful sets, tokenization. I mean, it's a big deal. A little balancing, everything. And the thing that I've been working on, I kid you not, the thing that I've been working on at work is actually, where is it? Chaos engineering. Operators, kube, there it is. Configuring kubectl for remote access, right here. The thing that I've been working on is right here. And I'm like laser focused on that one thing because, I still can't tell you how some of the higher level stuff works. There's a lot to learn. There's like Linux and then there's like Kubernetes, it's like learning everything from an operating system. It's like learning how a kernel works. I'm not even kidding. It's this big a deal. So it's going to take you months. Keycloaks, access stuff. Yeah. Open LDAP. Yeah. Do you mean Dex? This is Dex, right? I thought it was Dex. So Calico, being able to set up your own CNI. And so, see, like, LBG, nobody knows what we just said. They don't even have a point of reference for what that is. CNI is to setting up the own networking protocols. So Kubernetes doesn't come with networking. You think that would be some batteries that they would include? No, it doesn't. It doesn't come from it. Kubernetes does not come with three really important things. It doesn't come with any way to communicate with it. That's an ingress. It doesn't come with any way for the pods to talk to each other, the network. That's the CNI. And it doesn't come with any way to store anything. It's like buying a chassis for a computer and thinking you have a computer done. You still have to make all these other decisions, but nobody tells you that. And guess what? None of that stuff is covered on the certification. None of it. Because the certification is just the certification is designed to like gently pet the back of the corporations out there who are providing the cloud services because they want you to see, let's be real. The people that are paying the money, they want you to use Amazon, Google, Azure, and all that stuff because they provide all that stuff. But if you are a true admin, you should be doing Kubernetes on-prem and be able to do it. And that stuff doesn't come for free. You have to set it up. It's huge. It's so complicated. The fact that it actually even is being used at all. Helm templating, you might as well learn Go. By the way, Helm templating is Go. People tell me all the time, I need to learn Rust. I'm like, oh, you don't want it. I'm a cloud native person. I'm going to learn Rust. I'm like, really? Because Helm templating is written in Go. I don't know why people do that. So dumb. It's not dumb. It's uninformed. I'm gonna pick better words for stupid, dumb, and moron. I am gonna do better, people. Usually, what I mean is inexperienced or clueless. I'll still use that one because that's me. I'm clueless too. So you deploy stuff in a manageable way. In the beginning of storage, and it was a bad idea. Yeah. And then Kubernetes come along and says, nope, we don't do anything with storage. Storage is whatever you want it to be. And so I was actually assigned sort of to go figure out when we were filling up our disk on NFS. You can't do it. You can't do it. There's nothing to look at. It's not included within Kubernetes. They just added storage metrics finally. You sound like Torvalds on therapy. I know. I am Torvalds on therapy. That's a compliment. Thank you. Here I'm laughing. Laughter is good. Laughter is good. Laughter is good than ranting. It's better than ranting. It's gooder. It's gooder than yeah. All right. So here we go. So put a little more effort into breaking down all the steps. That's what I need to do. Anyway. So, and that effort, by the way, has been done for you. It's in the code. If you can read Go as kubeadm, anybody wonder why I'm teaching Go in the boost? 4,000% increase in malware written in Go. 4,000% last year. All of Cloud Native, Docker, Kubernetes, kubeadm, all written in Go. Let me ask a rhetorical question. Why is learning Go as a beginner in the beginner boost going to help you for all of the rest? Not so much being able to write applications, but being able to read and make sense of the existing applications. Being able to read Go will help you read the Helm source code and go, oh my God, this is so horrible. And then you can understand why it's horrible and you can articulate it. So that is why I truly believe if you're going to go in operations cloud native, Bash and Go are the two most important languages you could ever learn. You'll have to pick up Python along the way. A lot of people will have written a lot of stuff in Python, so you'll need to pick that one up. But in my opinion, it's secondary to the others. But also, Go teaches you compilation and static typing and stuff that Python doesn't teach you. You can learn that stuff from Bash, and you eventually do your JavaScript and all that. Yeah, components are shared. They are not. They're horrible. I know. They're all bad. And you need to be able to read the code and go, this is bad. And here's why it's bad. And, you can't just throw stones. You got to be able to, back it up. That's why you need to learn Go. Honestly, and Rust ain't going to get you anything there. People go, look, if you want to learn Rust, fine. I'm not going to slam Rust at all. If you want to learn it, you think it's exciting, but that's all fine. It's not going to get you a job, and it's not going to help you as an operations security person at all. I mean, at all. There is absolutely zero Rust in anything that we are discussing here. And if you want a career in this stuff, you need to learn those other things. It'd be more valuable to learn Perl than Rust, because there's so much Perl out in the operations world left around. And people are like, oh my God, I'm never doing that. Okay. Then that's good. You've discovered something. You've discovered this isn't for you. All right. We got 13 minutes to regroup here. This has been a good regroup session. I feel good about this. This first Pomo, we have 13 minutes left. This first Pomo, the goal of the Pomo was to remind myself where I left off. And y'all with me. Python. Yeah. Perl and Python. You have to learn. Let's just be real. You have to learn Python and Perl. If you're going to be an operator, you've got to know it. It's just a matter of time. Python in particular. If you're working with a ML cluster or you're working with ML customers, you got to know Python, because they're going to write tons of really bad Python and you're going to need to tell them why it's bad and stuff. They're not going to write it and go because they're ML people. So, anyway, so Jupyter Hub's all Python, and they're going to ask you to deploy Jupyter Hub, and then you need a Python, and you actually have to know JavaScript too. So, yeah, to be an operations person requires a really huge amount of effort and energy, and way more than a web developer. And I'm going to back that up. I mean, those are fighting words, I know, but if you go, there's actually a joke I have on my thing about Dinesh and Guilfoyle. These two, right? So Dinesh is like the really crazy good Java programmer who is, and I'm using Guilfoyle's words, gay from his code, gay for Guilfoyle's code. He sees Guilfoyle's code that Guilfoyle wrote for a girl at a conference, and he fell in love with the girl because he saw he's like, you should see her code. Her code is so beautiful. And he goes, I wrote that code, right? And he's like, He's like, yeah, I wrote that code. Do you think that on a Mac, a 4-core Mac, that somebody would write that code? And he's like, oh no. And he goes, you're gay for my code. So the guy who made Anton, he's all fictional, right? And hacked the NSA, can write any code on earth that he wants to, given enough time. These two are always arguing with each other. And Dinesh is always telling him his system's too slow. And he's always telling him his code is too bad. And they're always fighting. And this guy is, Guilfoyle's an operations guy, and Dinesh is a software developer or software engineer. The software engineers keep coming up with new names for themselves all the time to make themselves feel more important. It's just right. That's how the term software engineer came to be, as opposed to developer, because somebody at NASA didn't want to be thought of as just a regular developer. They wanted to be more. And everybody else at NASA was an actual engineer with mechanical engineering degrees and chemical engineering and, electronics engineering. So someone said, I'm going to call myself a software engineer. And that's where the term came from. And it just makes me laugh every time. Meanwhile, the people that are like really getting stuff done quietly, we need developers, but I don't like them. There, if you're a developer and I pissed you off, I'm super sorry, except for I'm not. Real engineers, people who pass ethics classes. There you go. Hey, Ryan. Good to see you. It's the same with game developers. Sound generator would be game dev too. Yeah. There are people who marry with cars or bridges, but can you marry with a programming language? Ooh, interesting. As a dev ops, you're touching pretty much all abstraction physical levels. Yes, you are. And I will not use the term DevOps ever. I'm so glad that the job that I ended up getting, they had a line in my job description that said, not only DevOps engineers, in quotes. They specifically are hiring infrastructure engineers. If you want to use the popular modern term that cool people use, call yourself an infrastructure engineer, in my opinion. It's not SRE, whatever that means now. That came out of Google. It's a total stupid title. Infrastructure engineers. Guilfoyle is an infrastructure engineer. Backend developer, I think if you want to stay as a backend developer and you just want to write Go code and make web apps on the back end, I think that's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. You're not if you're not doing infrastructure engineering, if you're not running cloud stuff and making stuff talk to each other like that, if you're writing Node and Go and Python on the back end and you're creating REST APIs, you're a backend developer. That's what it is. A backend developer is actually a great job. That is actually, I started out on the front end developer actually in the web. The web in the 90s, there was no such thing as front end dynamic components, period. So we had to do it all as Perl, which turned me into kind of a Linux backend person. And then I saw this other awesome stuff on the back end. and then I ended up getting into that, database connections and transferring files and rsyncing stuff. And then I got into security. And so, yeah. And for SRE, whatever you want to call it, as long as we know what we're talking about. Yeah, I just had to bring the titles up because some of the beginners out there may not know what the titles are. And I'm giving you my opinion. Now, as always, this is my opinion on it. And I encourage you strongly to go get the opinions of others on it. Maybe not mention my name when you ask. Some people hate me for reasons that are beyond my control. Just be careful. So, how's it going, bragging boy? We're doing Kubernetes Colearning, and we're just about done. We got 7 minutes left for until we get to a 10-minute break. And the goal of this Pomo session for the last 50 minutes has been regroup and figure out where we were when we left off with our training. This is a regular Friday 5-hour thing. So yeah, you can start out doing a lot of back-end developers become infrastructure people because they get sucked into how cool it is and they fall in love with the terminal and things like that. Not everybody does. There's some people that very strictly do not want anything to do with it. A fantastic person that I worked with who hired me at Teleport never wanted to do anything on the back end. She would come up with these amazing ideas for applications and she would draw them out. She was a designer. She was really, really sharp. Oh my God, she was so sharp. She would come up with these really great ideas for things and she'd say, okay, now make that happen. And then she would do all the pretty stuff on the front. And by pretty, I don't mean less hard. She was using a skill set that was very real. It was just different. And she would put all this stuff together and she would go, okay, now make that happen. I had that same thing happen to me at Nike. When I was at Nike, the entire Nike design team made out a new version of SwooshNet, which I ran and installed. And I was like, yes, please. And I had to tell them, look, you cannot put, 8.5 by 11 4K images or whatever, on the thing. And so I collaborated with the applications designers who were also technical. A lot of them had, JavaScript and web skills. And I'm not putting that down. We had fun with each other, but then I just wanted black and white screens and making stuff happen, which is why I'm so glad about the REST API distinction between front and back end now. Node, the idea that Node should be written everywhere was one of the dumbest ideas that ever happened. And I'm so glad it's dying. It's like dead at this point. How effective is your first 50 minutes towards reaching today's goals? I think we really were effective. I really solidified my my desire to use KubeADM as the method of learning. It's going to take me longer. I probably will not make my application. So the next step is we have to decide, well, what order do we do things in, right? And we know we want to use KubeADM to set up your environment. So I don't have an environment right now because this is a brand new Windows system. So I need to set up some VMs on here, and that's going to take some time. So that's going to be our next step. And no, not dying fast enough. My main monitor is a full terminal open with Tmux, writing bash scripts. Yeah, me too. Coworker says, why don't you just use AWS user interface? Oh my God, have you seen it? Is that your answer? Have you used it? I'm following for protocols and standards for communication at the moment. Maybe I'm strange. Yes, I like protocols. Protocols and standards. I wrote my own protocol. I remember the number, 52,000 machines it was running on. I wrote my own network protocol that was based on HTTP to do corporate auditing. Yeah, back at IBM. I was super proud of it. It used GPG too for content encryption. Everything was encrypted at rest. We're not going to talk about why not virtual machine or WSL. You'll have to come back to the boost on that for that question. There's an extensive amount of content in my Zet about that. Suffice it to say that WSL2 is crap, and I can justify that statement very objectively. There is video evidence of me saying WSL was the new Linux desktop, and it was the best one of all time, and people taking bets on how long that would last, and it lasted a week. It started corrupting things. It started blowing up in my face, and it just doesn't mount USB ports. I could go on and on and on. There is nothing better than the real thing, unless it's a virtual thing. So, yeah. So that's where that's come from. Run about using wget binaries instead of official package names. Yeah, I don't want to do that. All right, so let's check the 18th. I almost made it through my notes from before. Oh, that was the one we already did. Looks like we need the 22nd then. Fine. That might be a first. I'm making progress. Moving to 2-hour segments. No, we're sticking with 5-hour segments. First 5 minutes. It was 2 hours with videos. First 5 minutes go over sessions. Last 5 minutes wrap up summarizing. Why I don't use like Docker Compose. Oh, we went through that too. I went through a moment of Podman. Yes, we did that. We went through host container document. This is me. Oh my heavens. This is me going through a lot of pain and suffering. Start of Dockerfile. Use of the run shortcut command. Discovered app key is deprecated and will be removed. Instead, copy keys directly trust you. There's lots of rabbit holes doing this stuff because when you're doing Kubernetes, there's a bunch of infrastructure you have to set up, and you have to know how to set up that infrastructure, and every one of them's a rabbit hole. We got 2 minutes. Yeah. So here we go. We've got related staged approach to understanding how Kubernetes works. This is the one I want to open. So this is where we left off. This is really good. A staged approach to understand. A staged approach needs to be materialized from my own struggles to learn the entirety of Kubernetes. This is a great way to summarize for today. And I forgot I wrote this, so this is good. That's why I have is that before you begin, before you begin any Kubernetes stuff, you must know the following: Linux command line, Git and GitHub, common markdown, bash scripting, JSON, YAML, Go template language, reading, Go code, web essentials, network and network troubleshooting, using and creating containers with Dockerfile. There is no need to learn Docker Compose. Here's a quick overview of the prioritizer. Oh my God, I'm so glad I found this. Good me for taking notes. I forgot I had this. Get familiar with Kubernetes component architecture and communication. We've done that through reading. We will review that again. We're going to go back and review that. Get familiar with all standard Kubernetes resources. Use kind to deploy a simple app. Now that might be the way to go. I remember going through this and I was like, okay, we're going to stick with kind of Minikube because you got to know them. If you don't know how to use them, you can't do it on the test. So we might as well do a simple app, That might be the way. I think this is the right way to go. Right now, before I read this, I was like, oh, hey, we need to do kubeadm this. I think using kind of Minikube, if we don't get too bogged down by it. So maybe we could do an app. We could make an app using kind in like a day, right? And we could set up all the pieces. We could set up a service. We could have it talk and everything. I mean, that's CKAD stuff, right? And then we should probably do the kubeadm stuff. We should, if I'm going to keep with the CKA, then we need to do the CKAD stuff, and that's using Kubernetes to deploy your applications. And reading these steps, I'm reminded how important that is. That's good for us because that means that it'll be more relevant. Also, I have some applications ideas that I want to do that might be Kubernetes things. And kind of Minikube are kind of we could do like lightweight things like, it's kind of makes me want to get a public facing Kubernetes cluster, because then I could do things like make my IRL streaming browser sites that use it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have some things that I might want to build that I can use. Okay, so kubeadm init to get going, deploy the cluster to the DevOps init phase. You should probably read the kubeadm code at some point. Deploy single node clusters in phases the hard way. So you can just do kubeadm init, and it will do all of the individual phases one after the other, right? But we don't want to do that. We want to come back and do it and say, let's do this one next, this one. I think that doing kind of Minikube up front is going to help people understand one very important question: why Kubernetes? If you don't understand the why, and then how Kubernetes, how to make a Kubernetes app. Running your own Kubernetes cluster is super important, but why are we even doing it? When would you pick Kubernetes over plain old Docker, Docker Compose, or Nomad or something? And so we need to revisit that. I think that's probably good. That's all CKAD stuff too. Maybe I'll actually pass the CKAD. Because it's just, yeah. Use kubeadm to, it is a hassle, right? Kubernetes is definitely a hassle. So why would you even bother? So deploy single node clusters in phases the hard way. This is just, instead of doing kubeadm init, it's doing kubeadm phase this. You do one phase at a time, and you see how everything changed. I kind of wish I had my tripwire thing written, because then we could actually see all the files that changed after a different phase. You could kind of find out what an application does using a hacker mentality. I really love this approach, and we don't have it because I need to write that. I might do that. I might do that for fun on my Friday night. It's really easy to do. All you have to do is just take and make an index of all the files that have changed within the X number of time, the last time it ran. And then what you can do with this though, is you can, if an application is a black box, you can run the application, and then you can run tripwire, and then you can run it again, and you can see all the files it's changed and how. It's like having a git diff against a real system. It's really valuable, especially if you're hacking. If you want to catch a hacker, or you want to see how to hack something. So use kubeadm. I might make that tonight, actually. I don't know, I might be tired of sitting in front of the computer. You can do it with Git, but you can't do it with Git if you don't know. You can't look at everything that changed on the system. And kubeadm touches a whole bunch of stuff on the system, right? I mean, you can even take a snapshot in a VM, but you can't tell what files have changed. You have to do that. You have to do like a files tree search. You can definitely do it with a Git diff, but everything has to be within Git to do that. And you can't always be sure that everything that I've learned this the hard way. You can't always be sure that everything an application says it's going to do is going to happen within the same, particularly if you've misconfigured something. If you misconfigure something, you put a slash in the front of your path or something, and you got stuff trying to write to the beginning of everything, right? Bad idea. So deploy multi-node clusters in cloud with kubeadm. Use kubeadm to deploy multi-cluster. Okay, I've almost burned up all my break. We have, when it gets to -10, we're going to start again here. When you finish all of these 12 steps, you'll easily pass any certificate exam. I completely agree with that. Keep in mind that this does not include all of the extra stuff anyone needs to understand and deploy what comes along with it. Istio, Helm, Elasticsearch, Prometheus, Thanos, Sidero, Calico, Nginx, OpenSSL certificates, etc. I'm a horrible cert noob. Don't anyone do what LBG said to do. LBG. Don't put stuff like that in the chat. They'll think you're serious. See, that's my kind of joke. That's why I stream. That is my kind of joke right there. But if somebody's going to do it, and you're going to be responsible. Oh my God, that is so funny. Somebody's probably done that. There's one human on Earth someplace who's done that. They wanted to diff their system so they get into. Oh, you really do that? Oh no, don't do that. That is such a bad idea. Do you do it on VMs so that you can snap back? I mean, if I guess you could do that if you were doing it temporarily and you had the ability to snap back a VM, right? Just to see what happened between the system. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's thinking outside the box. I don't know. You didn't say that. I assume the worst. In case you're wondering why that's bad, if everybody there's at least one person out there right now scratching their head. Why is that bad? Make sure you understand. You know why that's bad. There's somebody out there who's going to do git push to GitHub on that shit. Oh, I swear again. Whoops. You know what's gonna. So be careful. It's probably happened. I bet you could go and get it right now and do a search, and you would find somebody who's done that. Like, I want this VM to be saved exactly as it is. Oh, I gotta walk away. I'll be back. I'm taking a break. It's a lifesaver. All right, I'll be back. All right, I guess we can get going. Apex, we're doing some Kubernetes studying. It's like a big study group. That's what we're doing. It's a big old study group. Yep. All right. So let's set the Pomo for another 50 minutes. The CCAD development. What is that one saying? Just a second here. I need to see what this one says. Yeah, I wrote this some time ago. Seems like there are two approaches for CCAD. Understanding the concepts and patterns, install and configure existing apps, create and deploy a new app, init, sidecar app, load balance database, pick a project for each, deploy Elasticsearch, deploy STO. I mean, these are way too big projects, bigger than what I want. How's it going? That's what she said. Said. Doesn't have to be PV emulation. Yeah. I'm kind of still looking at stuff, regrouping from where I was last time. That was it. They added Helm to the 2021 CCAD, which is a pain. Preparing for CCAD. All right, let me try that one more time. All right, so CCAD will be a cinch for me. I started as a newbie level. I did the famous Momash Mohad course on Udemy. Exercises on the GitHub page is CCAD exercises in the CCAD book. Finally, I did the exercises with Killer.sh, and that actually sounds like a good way to go. I wouldn't mind passing at least one of these certs. I bought 3 last year. I don't think I'm going to qualify for all 3, but I would like to get the CCAD. And I've heard good things about this CCAD exercises page. Yeah, but it's changed so much that I don't know. I mean, it has Helm stuff on it now. You get 2 for as part of the exam. Yeah, I know about the Killer.sh stuff. I kind of want to go do them right now. That's more enough to pass. However, I didn't get a super high grade from a newbie level. Okay, so I want to look at this right now. So, okay, so what we're going to do this round. This round we're going to, I think it's safe to conclude that we are going to go for the CCAD first. And from what I understand, the CCAD is a lot simpler than the CKA because you don't have to set up Kubernetes. You just have to use what's there already. And you have to make an application and stuff like that. And there's a lot of material on it. And I'm glad I found this because I forgot about this. I started the Mama Beth course and I immediately asked for a refund. I think it is horrible. It is so bad. I just cannot get behind it. I cannot get behind it. It's so bad. It makes so many false assumptions and just absolutely wrong thing. Particularly when it starts talking about Linux, it's exactly what you would expect a developer course about something that runs on Linux to say. I mean, it's just so bad. It's got so many errors. I need to like delineate every one of the errors in the thing one of these days, but then I have to go pay that $50 for it again. I'm not doing that. So what is the goal for the next 50 minutes? The next 50 minutes is for us to look through some of the CCAD resources that are out there that exist. I don't feel like reinventing the wheel if I don't have to. And we'll go from there. And I have no problem going through some of the existing stuff that's out there, even if it's a good book that I need to pay for. So yeah, let's first things first. Let's start a Pomo. So let's start a fresh Pomo session. So the goal of this Pomo session is to find some materials that we can follow along with if they exist for CCAD. And if they don't exist, kind of use the outlines from the others and the test itself. It does have an outline of the stuff you need to know, and focus on that and prepare our own outline. Ultimately, I will be preparing my own resource for this because I have very strong opinions about how to learn things, and most of the stuff that's out there I don't like. So let's do that. So I'm going to steal this right here. I'm going to clone that using my handy dandy thing. And here we go. We got CCAD. I'm already kind of worried because it has a code of conduct and it's supposed to be a CCAD thing. Every time I see a code of conduct, I get worried because that means somebody took away time when they could have been writing content to write a code of conduct. MIT. Oh, how can it be MIT? It's not software. Oh my heck. These people are already clueless. I'm already finding out they're clueless. Why would you release written content as MIT code, you idiots? Sorry, what's another word for idiot? Someone help me. When someone releases written book content under MIT, I'm trying to be nicer here. You remember I told you about going to the source, Luke, and looking to see whether you want to trust this person? As soon as someone has a code of conduct and they release their written book as an MIT license and they have that level of cluelessness, I'm going to use the word cluelessness. You know why? Because I can use cluelessness for myself and not be self-degrading. Right, that's my measure. Immediately, this is all under question. I immediately question it all. I'm like, why? You already don't know stuff, like real basic stuff. And I'm just saying. CCAD, a set of exercises that help me prepare for certified exam. Offered the class organize the curriculum domain. They may as well serve as learning and practice with Kubernetes. During an exam, you're allowed to keep one other browser tab to refer to the official documentation. Make a mental note of the breadcrumb at the start of the exercise, and then they don't know how to spell exercise and didn't fix it. I have lots of spelling mistakes myself, but this is something else. To quickly locate the relevant document in Kubernetes.io, it is recommended that you read the official documents before attempting exercises below. Okay, well, I agree and have read them, and we'll read them again. How's it going, Total Reach? Core concepts. This has changed, by the way. These percentages have changed. Let's go see how up to date this is, shall we? Yeah, we're gonna go actually look at the Kubernetes curriculum. Kubernetes CCAD cert. There's a GitHub of it. It's unnecessarily hard to find, I really tell you. Except the costs came down on the test. Oh. Kubernetes certified provider, certified Kubernetes. Oh, that's partner support. Never mind. Get certified. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry for your eyes. Blame them, not me. I love this. This is my favorite part. Every time I come to this, I have to make fun of this. CNCF has open sourced the curriculum. What is the definition to you of curriculum? What is the definition of curriculum? Anybody? Course material, examples, exercises, right? Guess what they think it is? Guess what they think it is? A one-page PDF. To them, it's a one-page PDF. Curriculum is a one-page PDF. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. The CCAD curriculum. Here is the entire CCAD curriculum that they've released and open sourced and bragged about on their website as being so generous. I think it's funny. I'm going to give Tony Paul a hard time again. He's on the board. Or they are on the board. I don't know. So here we go. I keep picking the wrong gender pronouns. I do it all the time. CCAD curriculum 1.23. So this is the source of all truth, everybody. Go to it. Go to it. Find it. Embrace it. I'm going to give you a link. This is all we get to go on officially. Now, of course, you can buy their courses. Kubernetes, things you will study. We can say that all universities had open source their curricula. Is that true? I would have called that a syllabus. It like tells you the dates and the topics in the high level, right? So I could be wrong. This document provides the curriculum outline, not the actual curriculum, of the knowledge, skills, and abilities, the CKAs that are certified, that a certified Kubernetes application developer can be expected to demonstrate. That look like this? Did you really? Yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is exactly what they want you to cover. So, and they changed it. They changed it last year. They added Helm. Helm was not on it last year. And I hate Helm, but they added it. Wait, it's not there anymore. Did they get rid of it this year? Oh, that'll be so wonderful. Oh no, it's still there. There it is. Use the Helm package manager to deploy existing packages. That's easy. Helm repo update, Helm, whatever, right? So 25% application environment configuration security, discover and use resources that extend CRDs, Kubernetes custom resource definitions, understand authentication, authorization, and mission control. God, I've been doing so much with that. I'll pass that with flying colors because I had to write the K-login thing. It's like that, you know, that iceberg, it's on the bottom. Understand and defining resource requirements, limits, and quotas. I've had to do that too. I had to do that in Helm. I had to go in and add a resource constraints because you know what? They don't come by default in Helm charts. You have to add them. You had to set up AD certificates and certificate managers yesterday on a CompTIA lab in school. Ooh. It's CompTIA. Don't expect better. It's not going to happen. I don't know certificates, actually. Look, the last time I did certificates was in the 90s when you had to pay SAP or who was it? The security authority, like all kinds of money to even have a single certificate. So like OpenSSL is I've never really dove into that stuff, and I need to. Kubernetes, if there's one thing that Kubernetes really uses a lot, it's certificates. They're everywhere. And so I might not need it to make my application, but I definitely need it in general. It's actually one of the ways to authenticate, by the way. One of the ways to authenticate Kubernetes is to use certificates. I'm not taking any notes on this video. I don't know why. I'm just not. All right. Understand and find resource limits and quotas. Config maps, secrets, service accounts, service security contexts. Those are awesome and easy. Define, build, and modify container images. Yes, that's not too hard. We might actually install Harbor in a Docker container and do that. Otherwise, we can just use Docker. I learned about Scopio. I found out about that like 2 weeks ago, and I love it. You can take stuff from Docker and then put it in your own private registry. Kind actually comes with a registry. I'm sorry, is it Minikube or Kind? Kind actually has a plugin that lets you use a local registry. It's pretty cool. And then you can just use your local Docker as a registry. And you can put your images in, and then everything else in your Kubernetes stuff will count. We'll probably do some of that. So understanding jobs and cron jobs, multi-container pod design, sidecars in it, and others. Yeah, this stuff I know how to do. I just haven't built anything using it. Utilize persistent and ephemeral volumes. So yeah, persistent volume claims. I wonder if they have stateful sets here. Stateful sets are relatively new. I wonder if there's any. Use ingress rules to expose applications. That's expecting that there's already an ingress installed. If you install Kubernetes yourself, you don't get an ingress. Kind and Minikube give you one. So do the cloud providers. Provide and troubleshoot access to applications via services. I did services last. I left this off. I was practicing with services. Understanding of network policies. API deprecations. Implement probe and health checks. Use provided tools to monitor Kubernetes applications. Utilize container logs. Yeah, I do that every day. Debugging Kubernetes. So I have some things to do here, including making your own container to kind of look at what's going on inside of an app. You can kind of inject as a sidecar. It's kind of cool. Define, build, and modify container images, understand cron jobs. Multi-pod container design. Utilize persistent ephemeral volumes. The volume thing is pretty tricky. I won't lie. This is assuming you have a storage class. Again, if you set up your own Kubernetes, it does not have a storage class. You have to install one. Most people install an NFS-based storage class. That's what Kind uses. But it actually, Kind uses a local storage, which you normally would never use. Use Kubernetes primitives to implement common deployment strategies, blue, green, or canary. This has got to be, there must be talking about namespaces. I think they're talking about namespaces. Understand deployments and how to perform rolling updates. Yes. Know how to cordon off a thing and turn it back on. Use Helm package manager to deploy. I mean, there's a lot to cover here. Some of it I haven't covered at all. So that's it. That's the curriculum. And there's the end of the page. So we'll go back here. I have a feeling this is really old. I mean, I'll tell you why right now. Because application, see this here, the breakdown? Services and networking, it doesn't match anymore. So this is a very outdated resource. It might not hurt to go through it, but I don't know. It's definitely not up to date. Core concepts is not a thing. Multi-pod containers is a thing. Pod design. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to look at there's so little stuff here. I can look at it really quick. If your work is related to multiplayer game servers, check out Kubernetes. No, it's actually not. To host game servers on Kubernetes. Can IPR? No. If you want to seek out discussions, buy me a coffee. I should probably go do that. It's just telling you where to go to get everything. The kubectl CLI cheat sheet. Why would you need that? Why would you need this? You can just do man. No. Let's just stick with the docs, people. Get the password for each. This cheat sheet is important. Yeah. Get nodes, update resources. I mean, I can see going through this. Okay, that was useful. Have direct reference to the cheat sheet. Docs reference kubectl cheat sheet. Is there a kubeadm cheat sheet? Nope. I mean, okay. Explain pods, create multi-YAML objects from standard in. I know all this stuff. Only see kubectl. Let's see here. Debug applications, get shell running container. I mean, that's super easy. I know how to do that. to get resources based on JSON output and get output with custom columns. Custom columns? Can I just grep? Or do I have to use JSON selector? Can I use JQ? I can use JQ, right? Please tell me I don't have to use the JSON selector crap. They're going to make us use JSON path, aren't they? I hate JSON path. I hate it. I hate it. You want me to say it again? You can use JQ. I'm using JQ for everything. In fact, this just makes me want to master JQ even more. Because JQ is used everywhere. It's like standardized. It's like the nude said. And there's actually there's a Go version of JQ that's actually better than JQ. It's faster. And it's got more extensibility. It doesn't have the bugs. Yeah. Short alias for set show context namespace. Why would you do that? I just do these commands. I've been doing these commands forever. I do like the fact that they made it into a function. That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Set current namespace. It just goes to show you how horrible their UI is. It's so bad. That's why I made Bonsai. They're even using cut in here. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my god. Keep config, unset users, stuff who. All right, so what are we going to do here? Are we going to go through? I guess, okay, so let's make our own plan. I don't know quite where to put this. I think I might just put it in my lab. If I put it in the lab, I won't find it though. So I need like one Zet to rule them all. I think 2 is the one. Yeah. I don't know. That's a tough one. I haven't quite figured out how to separate my labs into my other stuff. I still want it to be searchable, but I don't want it to be too much, you know. I'm gonna do a new Zet. I'm going to do a new Zet. All right, so first things first. I think we need to read all of the Kubernetes stuff. I mean, I think we should start with getting started. What do you think? That's the getting started setup. I already went there to that. So we're gonna zoom through this. This section differs the ways to set up Kubernetes. When you install Kubernetes, choose an application. It starts download. And we're not going to do downloading it. I mean, you have to get up a Linux machine. Create a Linux VM. I'm not going to tell them how to do that. I don't care how you do it. You just need one. Right? Install. And then what? We need to install kubectl. Mm-hmm. Let's do another thing. Install kubectl Linux. Are they going to ask us how to install it on other stuff? I don't know. I don't really give a shit. If they ask us that and I miss that question, I don't care. It'll just be further proof that this cert sucks. Using native package manager, using package manager. I think we should learn to use curl on there, to tell you the truth. And again, you need to know how to script. I don't know. How do we do this so it doesn't take up a lot of space? Do we need to put the numbers there even? We don't even really need them, right? I'm gonna make them bold. How about that? And then we can write the steps. All right. I can put that there. Set up. Create configure Linux virtual machine. So, I mean, you're going to have everything, right? You got to know how to write bash scripts too. You can't even attempt this and not tell you know how to write scripts. So let's do this. Let's actually do this stuff, and we'll go from there. I'm going to make one document for this. It's not really a Z. It's going to be really long, but it will. When I get my Z, when I get my keg stuff, it'll be what I call a work through. We're going to do that. So let's make a VM for this. So step 1, install virtual machine. If you don't know how to install VirtualBox, sucks to be you, and you should go learn it. I cover that in the boost very extensively. I'm not going to cover it now. So the boost, the power up boosted one is the one that we're going to do right now. So install Oracle VirtualBox, which if you can't get it, you might use VMware or whatever. I'm going to make a new one. I'm going to say we want to make a new machine. And this one's going to be, I'm actually going to use Red Hat for this, or Rocky Linux, because that's the end environment that I want, because that's what we use at work. Most places use. Does anybody know if they use, will the VOD be available? Yeah. Yeah, all of these VODs will be on here on YouTube, but I'm not putting notes in them. I'm not putting notes in them. So if somebody else wants to do the note taking and bookmarking for me, fine, but I'm not doing it. I don't have time. I gotta certify. So if y'all want to take notes, I'd really appreciate it. And then, I'll have this. Like, here's the steps, and then go do it. But I always get bogged down in the note taking. So I don't want to do too much. All right, does anybody know if the certification exam is on Ubuntu, Linux, or is it on Red Hat? Does anybody know? That's a really tough question. It's Ubuntu for sure. Oh my God, that's worth money. That's worth money, dumb chicken brownie. That's worth money. Yes, because now we can, yeah. All right. So, all right, create and configure Linux, Ubuntu server, Linux virtual machine. That actually is great because I already have it. Install VirtualBox. I mean, this is all part of the boost, right? Set up, download Ubuntu server, virtual machine. Add new. Add new VM. How much should we put on it? I'm going to say generous, with generous resources. So, because we're going to put Minikube on it and stuff. So, we're probably going to, generous resources, I'm going to say 2 gig RAM. I mean, should we do 2 CPUs? We should do 2 CPUs. And I'm going to say like 50 gigabytes. I mean, I might change that later. All right, so I've already downloaded all that stuff. We're going to go do that. So I'm going to do it down here. Where's my new one? I got an Alma Linux here. I got a ton of them. Anton is running. Oh, that's the one I'm on, of course. Harbor, Anton 2. Machine, I need a new one. Okay, new. We'll call it CCAD. And it's going to have Linux. What time is it? How many minutes we got? 31? Okay. Rain is coming. Dang it, I'm not going to be able to go outside on my walk. Then what? We got CCAD. I'm doing my yoga though. Ubuntu 64-bit. Just because I don't want to have weird stuff happen. Next, 4 gig of RAM. I mean, okay, fine. It's going to be running a bunch of VMs, so that makes her. And create a virtual hard disk. Yes, I have a pretty big disk. I'm not bragging. All right, so we could do. I'm going to do 40. We got lots of software to install, but it should be fine. That's fine. Create. All right, so I have CCAD's powered off. We're going to start that puppy. I already have the latest Ubuntu server image loaded up as a disk resource. So I don't need to redo this. Are you seeing why all this boost stuff is important now? That's why. We're going to go ahead and start that. And I'm going to put OpenSSH on here so I can get to it. View scaled mode. This might mess me up, but well. I've done this on the boost many times, so if you haven't seen me do it on the boost, you might want to watch that. We're just setting up a server the hard way. We're not using Cloud Init or any of that, which is cool, but we're doing it the way you would do it if you installed this on hardware. Same exact thing. So I didn't tell it how many CPUs. I think I can turn that up though. I think it's only one CPU. I might need to change that. Maybe. I think I might have misread RAM for CPU actually. It actually uses Cloud in it, even though I'm not. All right, English. Continue with. Yeah, fine. Give me the new installer. 10 minutes left in this Pomo. We'll get ourselves a machine to start installing apps into. Done. Ubuntu server. Curious set of packages provided. Yes. Do we want to minimize server? No. There's my Ethernet. Why am I on 10 dot? Oh, because I'm natted. I have to unnat this. Done. Mirror. Whole disk. I'm going fast because I expect you to know this stuff. Because we covered it in the boost. Done. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Name. Rob. Server's name. CCAD. Username. RVX Rob. So I don't have to do SSH. Craziness. Password. I know. I don't care. It's just a thing. I'm going to install SSH because I don't want to screw with it. I'm actually going to import my identities from GitHub. I don't know if this is going to docs any tokens. Let me check. I don't know. Wait. Give me a second here. All right. From GitHub. GitHub username, RVX, ROB. Allow password authentication over SSH. What the fuck? I don't care because it's a thing. It's getting my SSH keys. Give me a second. Yes, please. Tons of partition keys. Third-party drivers. I mean, continue. Microcates, no. Kata containers, Docker. Yes. I mean, do we want to screw around with not having Docker on there? You know, we're going to need Docker for Minikube. Actually, Minikube doesn't use Docker anymore. There is a version that does. Let's do that without it. Let's do it. I don't want to use it. All right. So add bridge VM with generous resources. And I'm going to have to change this to be bridged so we can get to it. And we're going to have to connect to it, right? It's just the command line. There's no GUI. Yep. It's the same thing you would use at work or in Azure or Amazon or any place. It's the exact same thing. It's just running on your machine, so you don't have to pay money. And you can mess with it. You can save it and thing. So SSH into VM to test. Copy over bash rc tmux config for tmux, no, for bash, vim, tmux, etc. And that's stuff you need. You don't need to do that for the test, but you need to be able to do that for your own setup. I think a lot of things are going to become clear here when I'm going through this. A lot of decisions I've made about how I manage my bash RC instead of like Z shell RC across like 25 files, because I just copy one file over and we're done. And that becomes more important when you work in, I mean, Jay Beers will tell you, Tanis will tell you, when you're an operations person, being able to quickly configure a system to have all your favorite stuff is super important. And I've actually put a lot of my favorite stuff, I'm putting it into something called a Z command, my bonsai, and then it'll just be one binary. I put that binary on the system. I got everything I want, everything. And I haven't worked on it for a couple of weeks here since the summertime, but I'll be coming back to that as well. How are we doing on our thing? Still installing the kernel. Taking a little bit. I mean, it does take a little bit to do the install, but again, this is going to be for my CCAD. I'm going to run everything for my CCAD on this. And I'm going to use Minikube and Kind, and I'm not going to have to use a separate machine. When it comes to the kubeadm stuff, and this is actually probably a reason I'm glad that we revisited the need to learn the CCAD first, because you can do the CCAD with Kind and Minikube. You don't have to do all the other stuff. You just and they come with ingress by default. So that'll be good. Well, that's doing its thing. Let's go back and look. So it's going through the tasks, task access applications in the cluster, tasks, access applications in the cluster using the API. This is interesting. It looks like he just summarized what he thinks the things are that you need to remember. Run Nginx, restart never. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stuff here. What I kind of want to do is make a task. Actually, once upon a time, I was working on something called a skill bot, and I use that at SkillStack. And what it would do is it would give you a task to do, and then it would watch you locally. It would watch your history and see if you were doing it right, and it would give you pointers and stuff. And then when you got it, it would like go green. It would say you did this thing. I actually really want to make that for Kubernetes. I want to make a Kubernetes skill bot that monitors particular tasks and then talks to the API to check it to see if things are set up the way they need to be. And it could be a huge project. I've been wanting to do that for a very, very long time. But that way what we could do is, I mean, the problem with that is that you spend so much time debugging the thing that's doing the testing, right? If it has a bug in it, it screws up everybody who's learning it. But when it comes to learning repetitive tasks, there's just no better way to do that. So I do eventually want to make that. And a big piece of this is writing out the steps. And you can do that entire thing without the code by writing it out and say, here's the task, here's your outputs. And I actually did this for just general stuff. Let me go show you. I did this as part of SkillStack a long time ago, and I need to come back and start picking up for Kubernetes. It's called Langshaw, RBX Langshaw. And these are language-based challenges. They give you a task, a project, or whatever. They write it up just like your boss would tell you. And then you get to, and it doesn't even tell you what language to do it in. So hello world. So it gives you the requirements, just like if you're, again, the whole basis of this method of learning is challenge-based learning. So it's like if you were hired to do a task, here's the requirements, here's the whatever the RC or whatever they give you, and here are some bonus extra stuff, and then it gives you the criteria for success when you're finished. And then you can read the success criteria and apply it yourself. And I started building a database of these for language learning. Must include a safe shebang line. When .hello, then print this. Bonus, use a variable, blah. Okay, so that's a basic one, right? But you get down to some of the harder ones. Do you like waffles, for example? I have more. I have like 50 of them. Run Tom, Nginx, and space. Yes. Exactly. So you have the requirements. That one I didn't finish. Comment out. Now, so requirements must include a shebang line. When .now, then it prints this. When this, then this. So basically, you write the unit tests, and this is sort of like test-driven learning. The difference is that the tests are written out as opposed to being tested. Validate user test framework. So that is how I want to do Kubernetes learning going forward. I want to write that up at some point, but we're not there yet. Downloading and installing security updates. Nah, we'll let that keep going. All right, so for this, we've got 9 minutes left on this Pomo. So yeah. And again, this learning plan here can kind of serve as that. So it says install VirtualBox, but doesn't tell you how. It says download a Ubuntu server VM image, doesn't tell you how. It says create a bridge VM with generous with generous resources, 4 gig RAM, 2 CPU, 50 gigabyte disk. SSH in the VM to test. Copy over a setup bash vim. Let's see. Setup config for bash vim, tmux, etc. And it's such. How's it going? Yeah, we're going to be here until 5 doing this, so. Got another several hours. Right now, we're just setting up the base install for our CCAD training. And then we're going to try to figure out how best to do that. So our install is completed. We can reboot now and see what's up. So we have a new server, and we can do all of our practice on here. It's not going to take out the CD-ROM because it's a pretend CD-ROM. When I downloaded the image and mounted it in VirtualBox, it thinks it says mounted CD-ROM, and it's like, I have to push enter because it was not going to eject it because it's a file, But it again, the reason a virtual machine is better here is because it's an actual machine. You can actually run Docker on a virtual machine, no problem. I don't know if we're going to need to install Docker or not. It's going to tell us whether to use Minikube or whatever, and we'll use whatever they say for the CCAD stuff. And those are my external host keys. They're not private or anything. Don't get excited. Yes. Hyper-V? No. Don't do that. No, just don't. Just use whatever the standard is. Don't overcomplicate it, in my opinion. All right, so the CCAD is on. The login is there. I'm going to need to make it a bridged thing so I can talk to it. You can actually do that while it's still running. I found that out some years ago, and I was like, what? It's pretty amazing. You can actually go into a running thing and change the settings, the NAT settings, the network from NAT, which is protected kind of behind a firewall, to bridged, which makes it just like every other computer on your LAN at home. And we're going to click OK. And it's like, seriously, I like kept it on and everything, right? And it's like, I can go look it up. If you wanted to have the same IP every time, it's probably a good time to do this. I want to make sure I don't dox anything, so give me a second. But I want to show you that you can go set that up. Let me see here. So, yeah, let's go to... I got to go to the right place. I don't want to dox everything. I have a lot of stuff doxed, but... Attached devices. Let's go to the advanced tab. Oh, I need router firmware. That's not a good thing. This would be really bad to dox because it would tell you the kind of router I have, what my IP address is, and whether I have the router firmware or not. It's like the 3 main things I would want to know if I wanted to hack you at home. So let's see here. Internet port, domain server. Okay, no. Guest network, no. Setup. LAN setup. All right, so here's all of our IP addresses. I think this is all safe to show. I'm just looking at everything here. I might have to do this though. Here, give me a sec. Now if I do this. I mean, God help me if I click on something wrong. All right, so you guys know about this, right? Yeah. I canceled my credit card. I streamed my credit card thing, and I went to go see Maverick the other day. Yeah, I didn't want to take a risk. Nothing happened, but I went to unpublished VODs from now on. Yeah, I went to unpublished VODs. So, I mean, this has got my MAC addresses of my internal LAN machines. If you're local to me, that would be useful. So I'm not going to publish that. Suffice it to say that I'm going into my router, and in this case, I'm going to 192.168.1.1, and I am, logging in, and then I'm adding all of the stuff that's logged in, right? And what you do is you go into it, an address reservation, and you can click on it, and you can tell it you want it to give the same IP to that device every time. So I'm clicking on add. Yeah, until IPv6 agreed. And so here we go. I clicked on add under the advanced tab on my Netgear, and it says that there is a IP address 192.1.13, and that's called CCAD. It actually gave it a name. And so now when I click on add, I know you have the don't look screen because I can't show you this. So I'm just talking through it. So what I did was I did this. I'm going to write this in the steps now and close this out. It's a podcast experience. Shut up. Am I still on anything to docs? No. I think it's that 13 actually. All right. So what did I do? Okay, so let's add a step. Add new VM to local to LAN reserved DHCP list. So that means that I made it so it has the same IP every time. And these bullet points are meant to be high level so that when you read them, you'll be like, I don't know how to do that. And then you can go learn how to do that. And everybody's got a different thing for that because it depends on your router. That's actually the hardest thing to do in a group mentored class. In a group mentored class, they don't normally do that. So set up config for bash, vim, tmux, etc. And we will do that now. Actually, let's do the SSH into the VM to test. I might be able to use the name, but I doubt it. So let's try it. So let's do SSH 192.1.6. Is it 68.1.13? And it's going to prompt me for the authenticity. By the way, this is a normal thing. It keeps track of a footprint. So if the IP changes, it's like, dude, that's not the same anymore. You're getting hacked. You can say, no, I'm fine. But that's why it does it. It always does it the first time. So here we go. That wasn't too hard. Look, I'm on. Why was that so easy? I didn't even have to do a password. You know why? Because Ubuntu prompted me for my keys from GitHub. So it pulled down my public keys and it set them up and put them in the place so that it's accepting those public keys. So that is by far the fastest time to live that you can do if you want to get going really quickly. And I'm kind of glad that they're using Ubuntu because I think the Red Hat process is a little bit harder. So in case anybody's wondering, I am now on a different system. Yeah. So my way of configuring a system at this point, so that I can use it just like any other system, is to make a GitHub repo. So these are my basic configuration steps. If I know I'm going to be on the system and I'm going to have access to it for a while, right? So I'm not going to be doing any GitHub or anything like that, right? So one of the things I do to keep myself safe and to keep from screwing up my own thing, actually we'll do this right after this. We're about to have a break here. We have 22 seconds left for this break. So let's call it, actually, when we come back from the break, I'll configure this system and install Minikube in kind, and then we'll do our first Kubernetes running, and we'll get back to CCAD, and we'll have all the stuff we need for CCAD. We'll also take a snapshot of the initial system in case we screw something up and we want to revert back. Okay, so and by the way, those are all things you cannot do if you follow the steps for Mac or for Windows. So really, you do need to follow that and install VirtualBox um, on. I don't care if it's Windows, Mac. Only download a bunch of server EM image, create a new bridge image, add a new VM, SSH into the VM to test, and set up. This is what we're going to do next. So we're minus 24. So when it gets to minus 10, I will be back. People have been able to ask questions and everything, so I mostly just need to walk around and take a break. We haven't even really got to any of the Kubernetes stuff, but you can't even start Kubernetes until you do these things. We need to install kubectl. And actually, this stuff is all precursors. This is all prerequisites to anything with Kubernetes. So you got to do that before you can do the rest. All right, I'll be back. Here's the music. All right, I'm just playing with my rig. All right, so let's do this next thing. Got another hour here. Let's do our setup. I'm going to try to go really fast on this because I don't want to waste time on this. This is stuff you should know. My preferred way to do this is to put all my configuration in a repo and pull it down. And I'm going to go for that right now. So SSH 192. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and add an SSH config entry for this. I don't think it has a name. At least I don't think it does. Nope. I could probably do Avahi. Do you guys know about Avahi? Everything that does Avahi on the network has, you can just use the DNS name, so you don't have to do it over. All right, so let's do Pomo start. So the goal for the next 15 minutes is going to be completely configure the system and get our first Kubernetes application running, minimal application, hello world kind of running inside of the cluster. And then we're going to go back to the resources and read about them because all of them have you do the same thing. So we'll be up to the minimum space right there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and add an SSH key. Do I not have any? Oh. So we'll add one here. We'll call it CCAD. It's 13. I know because I looked at it. I assigned a reserve address. I don't need this, but I could just do that. Also, what identity file to use, but it's kind of a given. I can leave that around. That's fine. I should be able to CCAD straight into it now. Yep. Okay, so now we have this system that's completely clean. Like, you know, we're starting from scratch. How do I get my favorite things to configure over there? I mean, the real question is how much of this do we actually want to put here? Does somebody know how much time we get to set up? And can we go to the internet? We need to know how much time you can set up because I can put all of my aliases in a file. Can I configure system for CCAD certification? That's kind of a question I have. Yeah. Oh wait, we already had a connection. Okay, I'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I want to have yeah. Yeah. Create. I have questions. So can I configure the 15 minutes? Can you pull that? Do you have access to the internet? Can I configure the CCAD system before certification? Vim, RC, etc. You can log into the CCAD system 15 minutes before the exam to make your own customizations. I don't know if you have access to the internet. Can I set up CCAD systems before exam? Important exam tip. From my experience, I must tell you that CCAT is not just about learning syllabus. Studying all the topics you can will not take much time. The real challenge is to apply your understanding and solve problems. That's a document worth saving. Like say, I do not know when they give me the system. How's it going, ordinary boy? You do not get system. You get to log into the exam. What does that even mean? Can you not hear me? Yeah, we're just doing Kubernetes preparation. So, we need to get this answered right away. So you got exam test your time skills management implement your learning before the exam. So you can log into exam portal and then the examiner will check your camera and room in the first 15 minutes. Right. Before the exam, I went through the multiple blogs where people shared experiences. So you got preparation process. Some of my preparation. Before I enter the technicalities of the exam, I would insert the most powerful mantra to clear this exam is practice. Our recommendations are only over and above this mantra. I set up below some of the ways I practiced and prepared. Before the CK, this is a good resource. Cluster exam. I set up Kubernetes cluster with a master of two and workers and nodes and a Vagrant tool. Windows OS to practice getting used to it. This is what we're doing. Comfortable with control CTL commands. You can also use Cloud Provisioner. Linux and VM. Yes, it's new Linux. I got myself familiar with some of the basic Linux commands, grep, wget, etc. Imperative commands to dry run. I utilize the imperative commands as much as possible. PO for pod, deploy for deployment. SA for also use dry run. YAML is very much handy. The exam allows you not only to keep only one tab in your browser for referring to Kubernetes official sites. You can always refer to it and solve problems. I plan to reduce using it as we consume time. Hence, I practice problems with limited usage. However, there are some resources like persistent volume network policy, which cannot be created using imperative commands. Under such situations, I relied heavily on the documentations. Yes. God, they had to do PVC without imperative commands. Yeah, that has to be done in a YAML file. There's no classes. Co-learning just means we're just in a study group together. You can just kind of follow along and do your own thing if you want. That's all it is. It's not an organized learning at all. But we just installed a virtual machine. If you want to catch up, you can install a virtual machine on VirtualBox on your Windows or Mac to catch up. There's boost content if you want to get caught up, and we're going kind of fast because this is for my own learning. So if you want to get kind of slow paced, help you out learning, that's what the boost is for. And everything in the boost so far, it covers what we just did in like 30 minutes. The exam allows you to keep only one extra tab in your browser. We did that. Use Cube explain. Yes, I know about that. Once the exam starts, before attempting a question, I did the following. Auto completion. Once the exam started, before attempting the question, I did the following. Oh. Yes, but it will take away from your tests, from your exam time, from your time. That's interesting. That's good to know. That's a really important fact to know. What are you talking about? These questions? The questions, they're in my Zet, but they're not saved yet. They'll get saved. You'll be in my Zettelkasten. Yeah, I'll put them out there. Yep. So just here's my Zet. If you want to go follow along, it's the most recent one, so you have to click on commits to see the most recent one that comes out. IRC chat, good for you. All right, nice. All right, so back to where we were. I actually don't know where we were. Oh, we were in a different links panel. TMUX. All right. Vim editor setup. There was a lot of YAML files edited during the exam, so saying Vim editor made the task easier. Commands below turns on line numbering. You'll find the steps to do in the Kubernetes documentation. A setup auto completion. I think they mean for kubectl. Yeah. This is important. Okay, so why does this matter, right? Why am I into this? Because these steps that I'm writing down, I want to capture them because you have to know how to do them fast. Like fast, because they're going to take away from your time, right? SSH in the Vim to test. And I'm actually going to put these steps as main steps. Does anybody know? I need to get on my Killer SH session and see. Okay. Let's see. Critical command line configuration. You are against. You don't get any special time to set this up. So knowing the minimum and doing it as fast as possible will save time. What I need to know is, do you have access to the internet? And Git on the system. Is Git on the system? Because then I can just Git clone. I have all my stuff. I seriously doubt they're going to let me do that. I seriously doubt they're going to let me do that. Does the test system have Git and internet access? I mean, if they did, I could put my own things on. I'd be done. It would take me like 20 seconds. And they give 2 sessions. Once you open a session, it's valid for 36 hours. Yes. Version 1 controller, blah, blah, blah. There's no need to register. Does it say register? You just have to start watching it. Yep. Go to the YouTube channel. Go to the YouTube channel and you can just start watching them if you want to go through it. It's long and painstaking, but if you want to do that, you can. They have notes. There's notes in all of the Boost videos. The simplification process. So I have a question. Do we have internet access and is it worth doing it? I have no idea. Yeah, you just have to catch up. Go watch the first ones. I doubt that they'll give you good access. All right, so this is super important because, and I'm going to say it again. Look, how many times, people have been watching my channel here, how many times have I beat it into your heads, into everybody's heads, that learning how to do these things quickly and not always having access to your init.lua Vim files is a bad thing. The reason that I so rant against learning NeoVim and stuff like that before learning how to do aliases and vimrc is for this specific, solid, objective, get you more money in your job reason. Because we have just concluded that if you want to get fast on this test, you've got to know how to set up aliases and vimrc settings right away. And if you have learned NeoVim first, you don't know how to do that. Good chance you don't know how to do that. And you would be completely useless in doing these things on this exam, on this certification exam. This is why I want to take a moment to really punch this home. This is why I keep telling you to learn the standards first. And then if you want to learn the extra things that are out there, fine. Emacs, there's no Emacs here, right? I'm not putting those things down. I'm just telling you this is why, because you can't use it. vimrc and kubectl aliases, that's it, right? Okay. And if you don't even know how to write a vimrc alias, I saw that they made a kubectl alias using bash scripting with a function command. Did you see that on the cheat sheet? Yeah, here we go. This right here. The cheat sheet, where was the cheat sheet? I forget. The cheat sheet has a pretty involved alias. Yeah, see, here's the thing. You can use this page. That's actually really important. Because you can copy and paste from this page if you don't want to type it. Oh my God, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Yeah. In fact, you might just want to copy and paste from the cheat sheet. Seriously. Because I so far I haven't heard anything that's going to stop you from doing the cheat sheet. Right? So configure bash with Kubernetes aliases. Well, we don't even have Kubernetes on there yet. We need to install it. Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Install kubectl. Install Minikube. We're going to use Minikube because that's what they use on Kubernetes site. So let's do that. We're kind of running ahead of ourselves. Let's back up a little bit. Let's go install kubectl. All right, and let's actually use the website for this. I have a script for this, but here's how you do it. So install and set up kubectl on Linux before you begin using curl, using package manager. The package manager might be faster, but they're already going to have it for you, so I don't have a problem with you doing it this way. I think this is a totally stupid way to do it, but it doesn't matter because this is here, so the focus is on speed. Using curl. First we have to make sure curl is on there. That's one of the reasons I want to do this. Oh, good. Curl is standard now. Thank God. And that's going to complain at me because it's not going to be with kubectl. Yeah. I didn't do it as root. What? All right. So there's our kubectl. Where does it normally live? Manage a brick wall. Chmod +x kubectl. All right, so now we have a kubectl. I'm actually going to just put this in user bin. Where does it normally live? I'm curious. User bin? Okay. So let's just put that in user bin. So move kubectl into /user bin. Oopsie. User bin. Sudo, of course. All right, so now we have kubectl. And then we need to start doing some bash config. So add configure bash with Kubernetes aliases and completion. Okay. Configure bash configure Kubernetes aliases and completion. So we need to know what those are. All right, so we're going to do a bash rc, bash rc, and there's already one there. I mean, you could do bash rc, but if you want, you can just do bash profile. That would be fine too. If you want to just do, I want to copy mine over, but I don't think we can. It doesn't look like we are actually going to be able to do that. Some more aliases. I hate their bash RC by default, but whatever. I mean, this is for the cert, so just go to the bottom of it and you're good. Just go to the bottom of it and you're good. So go down here, we can say kubectl. So actually set-ovi, configure bash, activate, activate vi mode in bash rc. I'm going to write the steps down. Configure Kubernetes aliases. Yeah. Exec bash -l to reload it. So now I can do vi mode by default. Configure Kubernetes aliases and completion. All right, so we're going to add an alias. Now, these are from the cheat sheet. The best way to do this is to go to the cheat sheet, and they're here. If I can find it again. Where is the cheat sheet? It was reference. API access control, well-known annotations. Pods and ports, setup tools, command line tool, QC components, command line. kubectl, yes, got it. Inline cluster. Where is the cheat sheet? There it is. Thank you, but I want to find it through here because, you know, that's what you'll have. So source, kubectl compilation, right? So the thing that's cool about this is there's nothing that says you can't do this. You know, they're putting it at the end of your bash RC file, but you don't need to do that. You can just put this in there, and you don't even need to do that actually. You can just copy it out. I have a feeling I'm going to be copying because it's a little bit faster. We're going to be using a web interface too. Yeah. Cheat sheet. So we're going to source bash completion, and then we have to do the extra, this stuff here. And I am fucking, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear, but I'm going to copy that. I do not care. This is on the clock, man. So I'm doing this stuff fast. In fact, I'm going to go through all these steps again without looking a couple times before I do this. All right. So, and then exec bash -l to reload it all. And now I should be able to do k tab, and I got all my stuff. K get pods. It'll be like, nope, you don't have anything. There's nothing here. All right. So we did that. Configure Kubernetes aliases and completion. Copy from cheat sheet. And I'm not going to say how. So again, you don't get to do anything else. You don't get to take over more configuration stuff. Your vimrc is going to be interesting. Let's see what that guy said about vimrc. I mean, I want to hear what this other human being had to say about this. So during exam vim editor setup, there were a lot of YAML files editing during the exam. The command below turns on line numbering, sets the tab in 2 spaces. I don't need that. I don't need any of that. I know how to do this. Create alias. I don't think we even need to use any of the Vim stuff. I think I'm going to be fine with Vim without it because I know Vim. And God, I'm so happy I did that. You know, I just feel validated. I'm just going to say it. I feel so validated. Knowing how to use VI or Vim without any changes. It already comes with the auto completion alias K. Does it come with it already? It comes with it already. Really? Okay. If it comes with it already, then I'm not going to put that in the setup stuff. I'm going to put it in the prereqs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Okay. Seriously, that's like not a task then. I don't want to waste a second on anything that doesn't matter. And that would be a waste. And adding Activate VI in my Bash RC is probably one of the only thing I need to do for me. I want to get the minimum. I want to just be able to get started. I don't want to have to like screw around with stuff. You know what I mean? So just like as if I was hacking against the clock or something. So yeah, this we don't need. We did that already. So what is this actually? CCAD learning plan. Critical line activate VI. What in the Bash RC? Hone. Critical line configuration tasks. Night in sweat. I have all 3 vouchers. Yeah. I have all 3 vouchers, but I'm not going to pass them. I'm just going to tell you right now. I've had too much stuff going on this year. I have an actual job doing Kubernetes and stuff that takes my time. So, and I did the boost and everything. So my goal is to pass the CCAD, which is apparently the easier of them. I'm still going to take the other 2 tests and all the practice tests, and I got to get all that done by August. So, this month I got 2 months to do it. You're going to see me in all my free time. The Fridays is going to be the official day, but the rest of the time I'm going to be also studying. But I at least want to pass the CCAD, one of them. And the other ones I'll take them because I already spent the money. And then if I don't, you get another take at it. So if I don't pass it, I can go, learn what I don't know. RBAC all by itself is a huge thing, and I need to get into it. All right, so, and all this Linux stuff, they don't even cover this. And I mean, this noob who wrote this thing is like, you got to know this other. I didn't know Linux when I took it, and I had to set up. So if they can pass, I think I can probably pass, but I don't know. We got to practice the tasks. We got to do them several times, and I don't know what those tasks are. So, complete setup, Vim setup, create alias as a variable. K get po dash o wide. And this is the time set for use as m. Get po dash o wide. Nah, I don't need that. KN, don't need that. I don't need that. Current namespace. I mean, no, you just use your history. Hello. This person doesn't know how to use history. So, one exam voucher for CCAD for Killer SH. I have all of that stuff, and I haven't done any of it. Session 1 week before you take the exam. You get two Killer SH sessions, right? So I'm going to do both Killer sessions before I take the exam, when I take it, whenever it is. I haven't scheduled it yet. I hope I can schedule it, actually. So I don't know. We'll see. Things to keep in mind. I don't do certs usually, so it's kind of out of my comfort zone. I've never done any certs. Yeah. You also get 2 tries at the exam. So, yeah. Use one exam voucher for CCAD for Killer SH. Okay. Things to be kept in mind during the CCAD exam. CCAD exam environment provisions 4 clusters. You have to create resources in the cluster specified for each question. You have to create resources in the cluster specified in each question. While moving to the new question, I executed the command to switch the cluster which was already provided above each question. Also, I made sure that I work on the correct namespace. Of course, you won't get any score if you perform your answer in the wrong cluster. Of course. Hence, this is a mistake. I mean, come on. You would be fucking up a production thing if you did that. Thank God they don't give you credit for that. Hence, this mistake is unforgivable after all of those hard work. I can't believe this person passed the test. All right, so I'm sorry I swore. I'm trying really hard not to swear anymore. The weighted score is not eventually distributed. Strangely, I found a couple questions which were time consuming, but just had 2% weight. Save time, I flash this question, move to the next. Time management is most critical. This is why I fail tests every time, because I don't do things with regard to time management. I do things with regard to quality, and then I steal time from my life to make up for it. I do it all the time. I would rather have higher quality and be sure of my responses in my code than to have something done really quickly. I've always been that. It's been a major problem of mine. That's why I don't do good on tests. I can make anything true as well, too. This part of this exam was another question came from surprise. All I had to do was keep calm. The real question carefully was create the right resource at the right place with strict attention to timer. Besides the above technicals, before the exam, ensure you have a clean desk. I just kept my desk is not clean. I just kept a glass of water and identification card on my desk. Hey, I might have to clean my desk finally. And related accessories. An external keyboard and mouse will make you faster. Yeah. Go through you got your laptop or something? Go through the candidate handbook. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to read all that stuff. According to me, morning time is best exam. Resource I have used with CCAT. Udemy, Kubernetes official site, the CCAT things that we're reading. Golden Guide to Kubernetes Application developed by Matthew Palmer. Set up commands to create exam environment. Oh, that's cool. That's actually one might be worth looking at. CCAT crash course. I thought we already looked at that one. What is it? Golden Guide to Kubernetes Application Development. Killer SH. Good measure of aspirations. Yes. I mean, how far are we in? Ability to use troubleshoot monitor Kubernetes application developer. Blah, blah, blah. Practical course with badges. Personal experiences. SCCAD, curriculum, blah, blah, blah. Make sure to follow the instructions for setting up your environment before joining the training. Somebody actually does training, apparently. Additional resources, certified study guide, learning O'Reilly. The O'Reilly stuff is supposed to be the best I've heard. LinkedIn, exam preps, blog posts. I mean, let's read all this stuff. I mean, we're just gathering information still, so. I want to make sure we hit all the prereqs. Nobody spells exercise correctly. This is the second blog where it's been wrong. Exercises will require tooling. Ensure that all those tools are here. Install Kubernetes, Minikube, kubectl. Comes with Docker daemons, so you don't have to install Docker. Docker desktop, fuck that. I mean something else without swearing. I'm sorry. Alternatively, you may go to no. Just say no to Docker desktop. Promise me. A shell environment and editor. The certification exam uses Born Again Shell. Yeah, I know. I spell it wrong too. You can check your shell by running the command echo $0. I'm sorry, if you don't know that, you got no business taking this test. I can't believe the level of remedial things that people are reminding people to do before they take the test. It just emboldens me to keep doing the boost because so many people don't know basic stuff. Like how to check your shell. Oh my God. It's just insane. Thank you for that follow. This course is going to, all right, wait. This course is going to use Vim as the editor. Some test takers prefer Nano as an alternative to Vim. Please put that in your resume when you apply to work at the company that I'm hiring for, because I want to know if you use Nano instead of Vim, so I can never hire you. I'm not even kidding. Seriously, if you think you could be a system administrator and just know Nano, think again. It's just so silly. It just blows my mind. I prefer Nano. Okay. I All right, I gotta get my composure back. Not knowing how to spell the word exercise, which is the first word. I swear by Nano. Sounds about right. Did he call himself a DevOps guy? I would prefer to work with systems engineers and infrastructure engineers who know what they're doing and know why Nano is so bad. Oh my God. That's just crazy. I actually wrote an entire application for Nano just to make fun of it. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? It's called No Nano. Yeah, I'll stop. I'll stop now. Look, you're probably a wonderful person if you use Nano. I'm not going to judge you. Just promise me you'll never use it again after today. He's literally a DevOps guy. Is that literally his name? And he puts a big penguin in there. Yeah, well, sounds about right. Sounds about right. That's all I have to say. Look, I used Pico once upon a time. I used Pico for a year before I used VI. So I'm not going to yell at you. People are mad at me because I'm talking about Nano. I don't care. I don't care. Learn VI. My God. Just learn it. Pico is a version of Nano. These both, and Joe, they're like ancient Nano-like editors that were used to do email back in the day. That's where they all came from. People wanted to use, an editor for their email. They didn't want to learn VI because, regular users like university students and people were using the command line, believe it or not, to check their email, and they didn't want to use VI. And so Nano and Pico and Joe became a thing. And I did. I used them for a long time. So I'm not throwing, shade at you. No bad for the win. If you, but if you, seriously, if you're going to go into security or you're going to become an operations person or a DevOps person, learn VI. Just learn it. It's just so silly to me that people would not even, whatever. The fact that you can even get a certification without knowing a VI is proof of my position on certifications. And Santis is now lurking. I got everybody mad at me. Today I went for a git push and then Nano GNU opened and I was confused. Yes, because it's the default. Because the idiots who drive the Linux project decided to make it the default. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Most of the biggest complaint about this is that people used to edit cron tabs. They have no business editing cron tabs. They would throw them into VI and they would be like, oh no. And they didn't know how to get out. And then they would screw up the cron tab entry and they would blow up the universe. I mean, this happens a lot. There's lots of admins who've done that. And so they eventually got rid of it. I burned up like 10 minutes ranting. I got to stop. All right. So we're looking at this guy's crash course with great incredulity now that the first letter is misspelled, etc. But I'm so happy that people even put stuff out there for us to just poke holes in, because then we can find good stuff, So sometimes I wonder if just to mess with Linux guys. It's a superpower, especially if you use how to use Unix filters with it. Most of those Linux people have no idea what I just said. What's a Unix filter? They have no idea. If they did, they would never use anything else. It's just so powerful. You can turn your shell scripts into extensions for VI without doing anything extra. All right, so back. This is why I don't talk, because it gets me off topic. 30 useful questions. Blah, blah, blah. CCAD crash course. I think that's the one we're in right now, right? We're in the CCAD crash course. Yes, we are. So we are evaluating this thingy, mabob. Was it prereqs? I mean, there's nothing here. Okay, so we have to install Minikube. We know that already. Let's actually do that. Let's go back to our plan. Minikube, is Minikube already on there? It must be. Okay, so let's see that. We installed kubectl with curl. We configured the aliases, so it's already done for you. And then we have to install Minikube. Can you be a good guy and a lot and like awk? I like awk, but I like Perl better. Perl's a better awk by a long way. Besides, by the way, what awk do you mean? There's no less than 5 of them, and they have different syntax. That's why Perl was created, by the way. Larry Wall was totally annoyed by it. He's like, I am so annoyed by awk. And so he learned Perl. Perl is so much better than awk. It's insane. So it's sad that both Perl and awk are disappearing from some distributions. They're not showing up anymore because they've been trimmed down to remove them. Perl is not in BusyBox distros, for example, such as Alpine and BusyBox, those container-based distros. And so you only get awk, which is not even really awk. It's BusyBox. Yeah, yours has all. Yeah, you use the right tool for the job, right? All right, so what are we doing? We're installing Minikube over here, and I don't remember how. I mean, there's a million ways to install a Minikube, so we're going to go to the docs because this is how we're going to do this. Getting started, installing, learning environment, install tools, install kubectl. We did that. Kind is good. I like kind a lot. It just requires Docker be installed, and I don't want to do that. I just want to get Minikube on there and go because this is a test. View Minikube getting started guide. Kubernetes locally. A lot of people are using Minikube instead of Docker on their laptops because it comes with Docker. It comes with Containerd actually. So we're going to do that. Installation for Linux. And there we go. So we're going to curl down a file and we're going to install it. We're going to actually use the install command. You know what? I wanted this to be fast, so I'm just going to copy. I'm normally not that guy, but I'm doing it anyway. Enter. Of course, I didn't check the checksums or anything. It's completely stuff that I would never do as an admin, but whatever. And so we should have Minikube now. Yep, we do. All right, now Minikube. And completion for Minikube. I'm putting this stuff here because this is all about speed. This is not, and it's also about mastery. But anything that's already on the cheat sheet that I can access, I'm just copy and paste it. Configure aliases and completion for kubectl. One of the things about Minikube that's nice is it comes with an ingress. Kind doesn't. If you doesn't know what that means, you'll get there. All right, so we've got Minikube. That was fast. Now I use MK for that, but you know we really don't need it. We do need a completion though. Oh shit. Minikube tab. Yeah, we don't got anything. So Minikube has its own completion too. I don't remember it though. It's another one of these stupid Cobra apps. Completion bash. All right, look at that. You see how big that is? That's why I hate it. You have to source 4,476 lines in order to get completion to work every time you open a shell. That's why I hate it. So stupid. So stupid. 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 I hate it. I've been making MK Minikube, but I'm going to leave it. That's just, you want to see when it's worse? Look at kubectl. Yeah, check this out. Wait. What? Something's not right. Did they change it? I think they fixed it. That warms my heart. That used to be 32,000 lines. Basics. They did. They changed it. No Emacs. Sorry. You can't use Emacs on the certification exam. Denied. Which Minikube? I can remove this. Minikube. Tab. I think what? Oh. Don't forget your exit bash. Dash L. Don't forget to dash L. Yeah, I did it, man. Minikube. Minikube. Tab. 6 minutes. I got all this good stuff here. All right, so we've accomplished something here. I'll zoom back out on this. Go back to this one. Configure aliases completion for Minikube. We're not going to do aliases. Configure completion for Minikube. I'm writing them deliberately like this because I want to use this as a test thing later. I'm going to repeat these steps. And then what do we got? So install VirtualBox, blah, 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 Minikube, configure completion for Minikube. And then we have, at this point, we have a system that's equivalent to whatever we're going to be testing on. So let's go back and read. We were actually in a different thing. Installing Kubernetes. Oh, what is this? Oh, these are the prereqs, yeah. So this is somebody else's crash course, whatever that means. There's a PDF, apparently. So let me move slides over to downloads. That's right. I am copying this file to my Windows machine from my VM. Oh, no! Is it because I changed my IP? It is. It is. I'm wondering, they actually, there it is. Yeah. SSH keygen. I want to learn this one permanently. I'm kind of lazy. I'm just going to do this. I deliberately changed my IP and it's confusing my SSH. Yep. Yes. Yes, please. Why is it taking so long? Is it really that big? Yeah, LPIC1 cert. Cool. LPIC1 is a great cert. It's kind of got it dated. I don't know which one I would recommend these days. Versus I used to be an LPIC cert. I've never got it. Advocate versus. My God, that is taking a long time. What? I should be prompting for a password. I should not be prompting for a password. Apparently it is though. It's because I changed all my IPs. I'm an idiot. All right, well, let's just go. I'll find a faster way to do this for now. So we're going here. The Linux Foundation has certs now too. I don't know which one's better, honestly. They're backed by Torvalds though, so for whatever it's worth. Slides. It includes, they have DevOps tools. They have a DevOps cert? I didn't know they had it. That's cool. Do they have a DevOps cert? Did not know that. Oh, my eyes. Will people learn about dark mode, please? About the trainer. You'll never see me make an about page like that. Maybe I will. I don't know. Certified Kubernetes Application Developer Study Guide. Wow, this is like an official thing. I feel so cool. You're not anybody unless you made a book, apparently. And I've never made a book, so I don't count. It takes too fucking long. And then I swore again, I'm sorry. And then what? And then what? People complaining because it's out of date. How many minutes do I have? 3 minutes? Okay. You're on your third book. Nice. Look, I think it's awesome if you're going to do that. I could write books. I definitely have the capacity to write books. I always lose motivation to do it because they're always out of date. They don't ever cover the whole thing. You can't get a target audience. You can't have a one-on-one experience. I never get to that point. I never get to the end point because most of the stuff I'm writing about is like really moving. If I ever actually do write one, it'll be the beginner boost stuff because that stuff is timeless. It's timeless and yet unknown. Somebody from my team just complained that make-dir-p didn't work or sed-i didn't work. And I'm like, you know why, right? Because you're on a Mac. And they're like, no, I didn't know that. I mean, that's not exactly how it went down. They were like just annoyed at all the things that don't work on a Mac because it's BSD, Unix, and it's not Linux. And these are things that are not taught. Just to put it on this show. Two of them are ebooks. Nice. Yeah, I think ebooks would be the way to go, but still, if I do a book, that's what it'll be. It'll be like no starch press, and I'll put it out there, and then people can make changes, and I'll do a community source, blah, 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 blah. There's still no good book that covers terminal, period. There's not. The Linux command line is pretty close, but it's so dated, it's insane. Certified Kubernetes Application Developer Guide from O'Reilly, released February 2021. This actually looks pretty good. It's got the Kata code scenarios. I've been the most impressed with O'Reilly's content. Above all the other content, the O'Reilly content actually makes me the most interested. I might actually go through this. I don't think I can stream it. Learning VI. Yeah. Yep. Exam details and resources. And people, if you're selling books, that's why it's so good to sell a book, because people, it's like exercise equipment. They buy it intending to use it, and they never use it, but you're rich. And I feel sort of dirty doing that. So you got exam practice. The code kata scenarios are awesome, except for they're in the web. Why would you do that? I do not want to use a terminal through a web browser. Figure it out. Give us a public key so we can SSH into it. My God, it's not that hard. I mean, look, if Carnegie Mellon can set up a single system that has 36,000 users at the same time going onto it to do all of the Pico CTF stuff, guess what, O'Reilly? You can do it without making a web interface. And like, well, people on web at schools can't use it because SSH is blocked. I'm like, that's their problem. Oh man. Yeah. So I can't even click on this because it's not a link. Design configure, you're going to expose the cloud native application from Kubernetes. Certification program allows users to demonstrate the confidence hands-on, blah, blah, blah. This is old. This is outdated. This is outdated. We just showed it. All right. I rest my case. I rest my case. This is not relevant to the current certification, and nobody would know that unless they actually looked at the cert materials. PDF with no working links is also out of date. It's brilliant. It's beautiful. It's got a nice, happy picture of the guy who made it, but it sucks because it's more than 2 years out of date. It tells you that it was open. It was updated on. It says on February 2021. Right? Benjamin's probably a wonderful person. If you're there, if you're watching this, I'm not bagging on you. I'm just saying the nature of books is bad. So check it. We already looked this up. Here's the actual curriculum. 20% application to design. And this is the curriculum in the book, which is wrong. Wrong. This curriculum is wrong. There's no helm here. If you study using this thing, you will fail the test because there's no helm on it. This is why I refuse to make an outdated book and then lead everybody astray. I guess a book is better than not doing anything. Or is it? This is the actual curriculum as of whenever the date this was published. Right? Updated exam curriculum to version 1.23 on February the 4th, 2022, which means that this is wrong. I don't know what to do now. What is? The trinity of tooling you need to be familiar with. YAML, Vim, and Bash. Well, more validation there. User documentation, Kubernetes docs. Okay. Getting help on the command. Look, this is actually very pretty, and they're nice slides, and I want to look at them because they're pretty. This is wrong. So don't even look at that. I mean, we almost got it. It's almost break time. Are we over already? Oh shit, we're like 3 minutes over. Um. All right, we're taking. I got to take a break. Like, obviously, I need it. So yeah, we're 3 minutes over. I'm gonna take a break. Bye. Hmm.
Who floor cam?
Floor cam. I'm gonna walk outside and test this. I'll be right back. I have a new setup.
Footstream.
Footstream. This is what I'm using. There's a Bella box. There's a Bella box, and there's the hotspot, and there's two USB modems in there. It's telling me it's only using USB 3. I think my modem, my USB thing has failed. It's also like really choppy. It's like insanely choppy. It's like the cam really bad. Yeah. It's really bad. Not worth testing even. Yeah, something's wrong with the cam link. The cam link was doing 4K before. I think the cam link might have burned out finally. So, whatever. Set it down and I totally lost connection, but it's time for us to get going, so I gotta stop playing with my toys. I'm gonna have to take the whole thing apart though. It kind of bums me out. Anyway, that really bums me out. I'm gonna have to rebuild it again. I'm thinking of. As soon as I hot glue it, it's not gonna be able to come apart. So then I'll be really screwed. All right, what are we on? We got one more, and then we'll do that after yoga. Is it if it's raining outside? All right, where were we? Where were we? Pomo start. We were looking through the crash course of the prereqs and the slides. Let's go back to the slides again. We're trying to find out where the best place to go for this. This is Kubernetes 1.23 edition. That's supposed to be the most recent one, but this slide is not from 1.23. We just confirmed that. So somebody needs to tell him his stuff is out of date. Either that or we got it wrong. Something that we've got is wrong. I mean, what version are we going to be tested on anyway? Do we even know? Versus the volume claims for storage. I should open a ticket on this. I wonder if there's already a ticket open. Curriculum. It's not. Did I spell that right? Curriculum.
Morak subscribed with Prime.
Hey. Hi. I should probably turn that down. It's annoying, huh? Where is my TTS phone-ish thingy? My bomb. Where the fuck did it... Oh, it's in my pocket, of course.
I actually have been reading this.
You've been reading it? VMware, this is a good one. Oh, I've seen this one before. Yeah, this is a good one too, I've heard. This is more of a CKA thing, though. From what I gather. Yeah. for free community for VMware starting on Cube Academy today. And Cube Academy's, what's his face? Oh no, it's Guy Kelsey. Kelsey and Joe are on this. My God, this is the best one to go to for sure. For sure. And Joe made it. So yeah, this is definitely the best resource. Hands down. Make sure you copy that one. They may not be, the people who made it are not always the best people to teach it. Just something I've discovered over the years. Home critical command line configuration tasks. I'm going to put read and grok. I don't even know if we need that. What is it called? Kubernetes up and running. Yeah, this is not as that, so I mean, I don't know. It's hard to read. It's getting hard to read. Oh, it does. Nice. Yeah. I mean, I want to go through the slides still. We're getting kind of distracted. So let's go through the slides real quick. Where are they? Did I kill them? I think I did. Dang it. Oh, wait. I just added that comment, an issue for that. All right, let's go. I mean, we got our system set up now, so it's time to we need to go through the tasks that are going to be asked of us. Code kata scenarios. We could probably go through the code kata scenarios and do them on our own. And that might be a thing. Let's go look at that. Exam details and resources. Design, blah, blah. Curriculum changes. 90% of the student content with different order. Helm, RBAC, Ingress, CRDs. Deployment strategies. This is an image of a PDF. It's not even the PDF. I mean, what? What the hell? Oh, download. All right. Slides. This should be easier. We should probably be able to click here. Yep. Buy on Amazon. CK study guide. 10-day free trial. I'm not interested in buying it if it's out of date. Get more hands-on description. Show more. Just get to the point. The Kubernetes applications and objectives. Fine. Publish resources. Submit around a download example code. Product information. Blah, 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 blah. Not interested. All right. I have two of them. CCAD. Online access to reliable learning platform. I thought this is what we clicked on. Okay. Certified item, certified book. Want to keep learning with this playlist? Start a free trial? No. Scenario: CCAD pods created and interacting with the pod. I know how to do that. CCAD pods creating a pod that uses a custom command. Not hard. CCAD pods modifying the configuration of an existing pod. How much of this do we not get to see? Do we not get to see the rest of them? 34 items. I mean, this is kind of lame, actually. Why doesn't somebody just write this list down? Everybody complains about Kubernetes not having enough free documentation and education out there. Why doesn't somebody write the list of tasks you need to know how to do to certify? It's such a simple thing. It's such a simple thing. You make one list. It's like 1 page long. It tells us the tasks that are really core to learning how to do, and then we go through and we do those tasks. And you say, I'm going to pick 15 or 25 of these 150 tasks. Go learn them. And it doesn't try to sell you anything. That's the problem with certification is no matter how well intended they are, they're always trying to sell you something. And they claim to be for education of the whatever. I have to stop. Design, build, and composing cloud native applications. Certificate. I mean, seriously, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to put the money out, and I'm going to go through all of the scenarios. I'm going to like, okay, all you have to do is tell me that scenario. The certification program allows users to demonstrate their competence in a hands-on competent environment, except for this is not competent because this is not current anymore. You forgot to say that. You got links to all these awesome things that are also for sale, I'm quite sure. Maybe not. I mean, O'Reilly's generally pretty good about giving you stuff. No, I don't want to learn anything. Go fuck away. Not from you. Summary, exam essentials. Understand effectiveness sample exercise. Okay. Try it now. What is this? They're always trying to say something. Contemplate template integrated tools. What is this? This looks like a free thing. Let's look what it is. Chapter 4, scheduling and tooling. Okay. So far, so good. What the hell is this? Don't leave empty-handed. How about I do? This is why I've been approached by publishers twice for me to do something for them. And I said, can I use my content step by step? They said, absolutely not. One of them is like a multinational trainer. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I don't want you to own me forever. Okay, fine. It's so funny because people claim to be about FOSS and they get all into this. And I'm not anti-FOSS, you're paid for what you do, but what, do we get like one chapter of this thing? Can I not go back? I get like one fancy chapter and that's it, right? Can I go back to the other chapters? This is annoying me. This is really annoying me. This is annoying me. I'm gonna make a cloud sourced Kubernetes training that beats all of this stuff, and it's going to be contributed to by all the same people you watch. You can't go to the study guide unless you pay money. All right, so someone explained to me this. This is the end of my rant, I promise. Why can there be a special interest group at Kubernetes on Cloud Native that specializes in kind or something? And thousands of hours are put into developing that piece of software. And there cannot be a special interest group dedicated to free, accurate documentation, which we know is not true because the site, Kubernetes.io, is full of errors because it's outdated. Why can't they have an equal amount of commitment to that, to training up people, instead of complaining about how nobody knows Kubernetes? Unless you go to one of these cloud providers and pay them, or one of these education providers and pay them. I don't get it. It makes me mad. I'm trying to stay on board here. This has nothing to do with this dude. He's probably a wonderful person, and I'm not. It's whatever. Kubernetes, kubectl, running commands, container runtime, yeah, and architecture and concepts, exam overview, online and proctor exam. Hey, pretty pictures. It took you like an hour to find the pictures. Using documentation, Kubernetes IO docs. Okay, no shit. Getting help with the original stuff. Thanks for this stuff. It makes me feel better. Getting help on a command. --. Did you have to make a slide about that? I mean, seriously, if you needed to make a slide about how to tell people to use --. Help. God help us all. Zeroing in on the command details. I'm sorry. People spent good time doing this, and they're well intended. I'm not attacking them. I'm attacking the fact that somebody put --. Help on a full fucking slide. Zeroing in on the command lines. Oh, you think? Because I still don't know anything more. Explain. You told me about explain. So use explain. Okay. But there's pictures. Number two of problems in 2 hours. Use your time wisely. How about I skip this slide because it's just wasted my time. I mean, it's a slide, so there's something that goes with it that we'll never know. Configuring auto completion. That's all I got. All my minimal page requirements in university. Yes. Configuring auto completion. There's a full slide dedicated to completion, and it tells you how completion actually works. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to say this as nicely as possible. I am not their target audience. And I have a feeling neither are you. If you don't know what auto completion is, but there's a party emoji. I feel no more informed. Look, people. Okay, another positive thing. I'm turning this into a positive. I think this is trying. Okay, but think about what you just said there, Oscar. Kubernetes for non-technical people. Does anybody else have a problem with that statement? Do I need to show you the iceberg again? I mean, if you look, I don't know how else to say this. If you need to be shown how to use -- help, you are not ready for the Kubernetes iceberg. You are not ready. You're not ready. You have no business taking a test. You have no business getting your exam ready for the exam. You should get ready. You should go do Linux or something else first. I mean, seriously, if you need to be taught not to use nano and what -- help does, and if you have, you know what the scariest thing about this is that these people are actually going to get certified. They're going to learn what it takes to take the test, and then they're going to get hired as Kubernetes admin. And guess what? Then they're going to do? Then they're going to become one of the, 52,000 admins who have created the largest exposure in history because they don't know how to configure it. And go look, I just posted on Twitter. Because they got no business doing this stuff. And I'm not trying to gatekeep here. I'm trying to tell you, you need to learn other stuff. So, I mean, look at this one. I just have to say this. 53%, 381,000 plus Kubernetes API servers are exposed to the internet. You know why? Because the administrators using Kubernetes there, who set it up and everything, don't know how to use -- help, and they're editing with nano. CCAT is supposed to be for developers, so that's fair. That's fair. Maybe you've never even used Linux before. All you know is VS Code. And if that's true, I mean, okay, fine. Okay. Let's assume the best here. Let's assume the best. This is our first time using Kubernetes. Whatever. I got to stop. Alias. This is how you make an alias, people. Now open up your file with nano and put that line in your bashrc file. Setting it in context by name. And then they hit him with this shit. Okay, you've learned auto completion and you use -- tab. Now we're going to teach you kubectl config set context subject question -- name. We warmed him up. We taught him -- help. This is why I hate Cobra. It's why I hate dashes in the command line. This document tries to appeal to people that are non-technical or less technical and be nice and happy and everything, right? And then it hits them with the actual command line for Kubernetes. Oh, okay. Kubernetes they get namespace, describe, PVC claim. I mean, it's giving you some examples for economists and lawyers. Don't wait for a graceful deletion of objects. Okay, this is actually nice because otherwise it'll block you. Yeah. Grace period 0. Understand and practice bash. Is this an overview? I think it's an overview. I think it is. It is, because look at how much content there is. Okay, so it's an overview, people. It's an overview. It's like, you need to learn bash. You need to learn time management. You need to learn this. Understand bash in one slide. And they don't even do it right. They're using single quote. They're saying single brackets, and they don't even know how come that's stupid. They have no idea. They have no idea what they're doing. That's fine. That's fine. You will know if you watch the boost. You will know. At least you'll be able to compare what I tell you to what they tell you, and you can make your own decision, which I always encourage you to do. Finding object information. Kubernetes describe and get. Okay, I know about that. Grep, YAML. Why are you grepping YAML files? Why aren't you teaching them JQ? No, JQ is your friend. Grep is the fucking devil because it doesn't give you. Oh my God, this is so bad. No. Just say no to this. This resource is bad. I mean, it might have good things in it, but no. JQ, people, JQ. Okay, how to prepare. Practice what? The key to cracking the XAML. Okay, Q&A, 10 minutes. Break for 5 minutes. Core concepts, Kubernetes API primitives. Okay, well, we're going to go through this whole thing really fast because we already have committed it, and it's time. The rain says it's going to stop. Okay, good. API version, kind, metadata. Okay, this is good. You do have it. Yep. Somebody confirmed that you do have JQ. Thank God. We need to know that for sure. So if you challenge it, let me know. Yeah. We had somebody who took the test, said that they had JQ. So, I mean, if they don't have JQ, I'm going to be really, really surprised. Didn't know the basis like a dash SL. The granted it was MS Windows. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot that don't know it. Now, this slide right here is super important, though. This is a fantastic slide. Get hired with a who's to blame? No, I don't know. People get hired all the time. There's a reverse problem, too, which is they overly stress you and they make you take leak code stuff. That's nothing to do with your job because they want to make sure you're smart. That's their words, not mine. And then they hire smart people that can learn anything by filtering them out through leak code, which is totally stupid. It shows how stupid they are when trying to find smart people. Because smart people don't always pass leak code tests. Because, I don't know, maybe they have autism. Maybe there's like a million reasons that they might not pass. Anyway, they're like, I don't care. We'll take the ones who do pass. It should be illegal. API version V1 API. So this stuff is actually really critical that I had a hard time getting down, but I know it now, so I'm just going to skip it. API version, kind, metadata, and spec, and status. This little piece here is a piece that they don't tell you. Like when you're using it a lot, when you're practicing with this stuff, you won't notice the status. But all of this stuff gets stored in etcd, and there's kind. I'm restating for my own understanding as well. And then you got the metadata, and then you have the spec. And then in the case of a pod, you have another spec, which is even more a deployment. I mean, it's even crazier because it's just a template for another one. But yeah, you got to know your YAML. And they use two spaces because they use the old YAML too, and they're not leaving it. There's a big thread about that. Status is actually, if they were to ask you how many standard sections there are, usually they would say metadata, spec, and status. You would miss it if you didn't answer status because status is included. It's in etcd. It just doesn't always show up in your results. Object management, different approaches to different. When you're defining new stuff, obviously you don't put status in there. Object management, different approaches to different use cases. Kubernetes versus YAML. I don't know what that means. Imperative object management. Oh, right. Stuff from the command line. There's some stuff you cannot do from the command line. PVCs, ingress, stuff like that. Require Java? Yeah. No, there's lots of Java. There's great. Java is still, the last time I checked, it was probably 2 years ago. There was one of these kind of like TOB things. It wasn't TOB, but it was another one. It was like, what should you learn to get a job? And then number 2, most hired language was Java, and I actually don't remember what number 1 was. I know it wasn't web. It was something else. And it was what language will get you a job. This survey was. I don't know the basis. I have to go find it. It wasn't Python. No, Python wasn't even on the list. No, Python wasn't on. No, Python is, Python will get you. Python is going crazy right now in terms of popularity and getting a job. But yeah, I mean, Python's a must-learn language for sure these days, no doubt. But I don't. Anyway, if you're getting into cloud, I do think you should learn I think you should learn Go before you learn Python. If you're going to do DevOps or you're going to do cloud. Then with Java, if we're going to, I think it might have been C#. Actually, here's what kind of job you want. So Kubernetes create namespace CCAD, run your Nginx in there, declarative object management. So this is good to know. Okay, so imperative is when you do it from the command line. Declarative is when you do it from a file, declaring what you want. I declare I want an Nginx pod, and do it. Can anybody name another declarative language? It's just a fun fact. What's another declarative language out there? I didn't know this for many, many, many years. It's very, very popular. It's in use all over the place. 100% declarative. Now, they've tried to make it into an imperative language. See if anybody can guess. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I should do a poll. kubectl run vim nginx pod. It's got to be one of the top 10 languages used in the world, and it's declarative. The rest are not. Remember, a declarative language. Yeah, SQL is a declarative language, and it is a programming language. Yep, GG, that's it. SQL. SQL is a language, and it is declarative. Actually, XSLT is declarative too. Yeah. Yeah, those are languages. They're declarative. Some people would argue that HTML is a declarative language as well. There's actually an Oxford professor that argues that pretty strongly. That HTML is actually a programming language, but it's just a declarative programming language. All right, so here we go. Wrapping around one or more containers. You guys got to know containers. You got to know Docker. You got to know all that. I mean, I know all that, right? You know what? This is funny. When I got the job, I had never made a Docker container. I'd never even used one really significantly. I kind of used them on the side. You know, and then I had to go through and I had to really learn Docker. And I feel like I know enough Docker to be dangerous, you know, really dangerous. But you can't even start Kubernetes without mastering containers. You really have to master containers. Just so you know. All right, so we got containers, pod flow, execution. kubectl goes to the API server, goes to etcd, and then the scheduler. The scheduler, this is a nice slide. I like this slide. The scheduler goes to the kubelet, and then the pod goes to the container runtime. Yep. Yep, and it's actually the kube proxy that's inside of the kubelet. They're not showing that, but it's now inside of the kubelet. Markup language. Yeah. It's a language. Yeah. JSON's a language. They call it a notation, but yeah. Kubelet is, this is a little misleading. In fact, I don't want to throw anybody astray here. If you go to the actual docs, let me show you the actual documentation, and you'll see it's actually more accurate than that. Again, you know, this is stuff I've had to learn already, so I'm kind of just rehapping things that I already know. But, and by the way, I learned all of my the kubelet. Kubelet is one or more programs that are running on a VM instance or on a hardware instance, or they're just the instance in the case of Talos. So you have a node, and a node has nothing to do with Node.js. A node is a machine, and a machine has a kubelet on it. And that is what they talk about in the document. So the overview here gives you the best one. I haven't got these kind of memorized because we've gone through them so many times. So here's the components. This component map is kind of misleading though, but this is the official one. This is the one you can look at on the cert exam. You can't look at that slideshow, right? So this, it's a little bit confusing, but this shows you what's up, right? So you have etcd, which is, there's actually some really fun cartoons of etcd being the tiny little 2x4 holding up the whole mountain. etcd is the brain. That's where all the data is stored in etcd. And that's usually triple redundant, HA, all that jazz. It's managed by Kubernetes these days. Although it used to be that you could run it external to Kubernetes if you wanted to for really high HA. And that way it's not being, people don't do that anymore though, because when you upgrade Kubernetes, it upgrades etcd certs and everything. We've actually had our etcd certs go down and expire on our dev cluster and take it out for a whole day because nobody updated the certs. And if you keep the installation, see, these are things that are not going to be on the test, but you need to know them. And we've hit them because we ran into these problems. So you got this is the cluster manager, I'm pretty sure, and this is the cloud cluster manager. These are only if you have a cloud provider. So this is only if you're using, whatever, GCP or something. Yeah. API. So everything, at the end of the day, Kubernetes is one thing, an API. All the implementations of the stuff that make the API work are, at the end of the day, they're kind of secondary. And the Cloud Native Foundation has said, okay, you are official, you are official, you are official. And they've started, rubber stamping specific implementations. But strictly speaking, Kubernetes is an API above everything else. It's a definition of how to do things and how things work. It's an architectural specification. It's not a thing that you can download and install. And that is why, yes, and that's why K3S is a thing. That's why, the micro Kubernetes is a thing, application programming interface. So it's super important you understand that if you go into this like you would go into Docker or Linux, and you're like, okay, where's the thing? Where's the Kubernetes thing? There is no Kubernetes thing. Okay? There's no, if there, Nginx, there's a server. If there's, there's no thing. There's a bunch of things that implement Kubernetes in different ways. Kubernetes is a specification, and otherwise known as an API, an application programming interface. And we're not talking about web API. The web world has corrupted the term API by making everybody think that it means web API. That's not what it is. And it uses REST API. It's this massive swagger. It's like 900 endpoints. You can actually go look at it. If you go through the Kubernetes docs, you can go look through the Swagger doc, and you can see that it is implemented. The API is implemented as REST now, and that's the way it was defined. So Linux is not an API. No, Linux roughly follows some APIs from the Unix BSD POSIX world and stuff like, not BSD POSIX world, but strictly speaking, it's not an API. No. Linux has many APIs, right? Like a network API and things like that. So yeah. So this is what Kubernetes is. And then, so this is your control plane. And the thing that confused me for so long is, what the hell is a control plane? You know how hard it is to get somebody to answer that simple question in the Kubernetes world? What would y'all say? What is a control plane? I'm super interested to hear what other people think it is. I'll tell you what I think it is. Now, having gone through the pain and suffering of this. First of all, the name is really misleading, right? It's a control plane. Well, what are these little dotty things? It's complicated. It's the thing on the left. So the control plane is the collection of these services that are running. Now, how those services run, where are they? Are they on separate machines? Are they on the same machine? Are they in the cloud? Are they on your VM? Are they on, a Raspberry Pi? Nobody cares. A control plane is, the terminology is baffling. I agree. It's an isolating part of the cluster which controls the cluster itself. Yes, very good. So the control, a lot of people here will know this. The control plane is the collection of things that control everything else. And when I say things, in this case, I mostly mean microservices. These are all, Kubernetes is all about microservices. It's what it started out for, managing microservices. And so etcd is a microservice, and all these things are implemented as services with their own APIs. And then they communicate largely independently over the network with each other. On some cases, they're logically separate. In some places, they're, so that's what is going on. So there's a control plane. This means that you can have, now, generally speaking, a control plane is one or more machines, right? So some people will say, Well, I have 3 nodes. I have 3 control plane nodes. Something else that nobody ever explained to me that I had to figure out myself. I said, is a control plane, does it consist of nodes? And the answer is yes. You can't be a control plane until you're a node, because then you can't communicate. It doesn't have to be that way, but most of the time it is. So why does this matter? Because when it comes time to like making servers and stuff, this is all CKA stuff. This is not CCAD stuff. But somebody was asking about this, so I'm talking about it. Oh no, there was a slide about it. That was it. So this slide says that kubectl, which we just installed, talks to the API server, and it sends REST requests, HTTP REST requests. You can bearer token, that kind of thing, whatever. It goes to the API server, and API server. This is wrong. It does not talk to etcd directly. It does not do that. I mean, this is kind of logically, this is where it ends up, but this is not what happens. If you want to know what actually happens, it goes to the API server, and usually it goes to one of the controllers. You think it does go straight to the etcd? I don't think it does. I thought it went to the control plane. Okay, maybe I need to be schooled on this. LBG, you got more experience. What does it do? So it goes to the API server, and then it goes straight to etcd. It does. It does go straight to etcd. Well, because if it took any longer than that, it would take forever. It's the only component that talks to etcd. Okay, well that makes sense. All right, I'm mistaken. That's good to know. Thank you for clarifying me. I didn't realize that they didn't talk to etcd directly until right now. That's why I'm doing this. etcd is like a database. It's like Redis. It's not. It's a key value. It's a really high performance database. That's mostly key value pair stuff. And it's highly redundant and all that stuff. So yeah. So, and by the way, etcd predates Kubernetes by a long ways. It's been around for a long time. Yeah, the diagram is wrongish, even though it's the official one. So, control plane is a master frame, which controls the cluster. Yeah, the term stems from mainframes and supercomputers and clusters. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's very cool. Yeah, etcd has its own thing, right? It's its own project. It should be reliable. Key value still for most critical database systems. And people use it all the time for other things. It's kind of like a better Redis, and it does store stuff in JSON, which gets translated out anyway. So that this says it goes to etcd. Etcd does not go straight to the scheduler. And this is not true, right? No, it doesn't go back to the scheduler. It goes back to. I mean, you don't need to know this, but it goes etcd. I mean, if anything, it goes to the API. The API goes to the scheduler. The scheduler says, hey, give me something from etcd, and it talks to the API again, and then that gets it from the etcd. Yeah. It's a key value store. Yeah, etcd is a key value store. It's like the brain. So that's what's up. I don't know. Etcd is... This is actually like var etcd. It's a play on words from there's a standard file system on Linux that has that exact name. That's why they call it. It's always called etcd. That's the biggest flex, right? Is mostly to keep the state of the cluster. Yeah, absolutely. So this is state. So this is the brain. This is the memory of everything in Kubernetes. And if you screw up your etcd, you're royally screwed. If anything goes wrong with your etcd, and believe me, there's lots of things that can go wrong, everything else is screwed up. Yeah. So, as I understand it, everything talks to the API servers, including the schedulers. Now, the schedulers are the things that handle cron and all that kind of thing, and when to check a deployment and when something goes bad. And that stuff goes over here. That's the control managers. These guys, the CM. So the CM, there's etcd, consistent and high availability key value stored by Kubernetes. Kubernetes uses the backup store. Kube scheduler. Control plane components watches for newly created pods and gives them a node. So a pod is a container-ish thing. A pod is a thing that has containers, at least one container in it. And it's not a container. It's super important. That's very different. It has its own IP and everything. All the containers in it have their own IPs. The layer of network abstraction in Kubernetes is absolutely mind-boggling, because they do this because they want to be able to have things move around and not break. And it's probably the hardest thing to get your head around. You don't have to get your head around that as a CCAD person, I don't think. You can just make a pod and just have it talk. But I tell you, that is got to be one of the most amazing things. You almost have to have like level 1 network engineer knowledge in order to even manage a Kubernetes cluster. This is not for noobs. I'm sorry, this is not for noobs. This is a bunch of technologists getting ready to certify. So if you want to look away for a while and go back and do the boost, that might be the thing to do. I'm not trying to put you off. I've got to get this certification done. I can't slow down. So, yeah, the abstraction is a feature. It's why Kubernetes is so extensible. I agree, but with great complexity comes great responsibility. That news would even understand. Yeah, we're just talking through it. Mostly I'm just trying to work through this thing. This thing is wrong though. etcd does not talk to the scheduler ever. etcd and the API, the scheduler talks to the API server. So this is totally fucked up. It's maybe a flow diagram, fine. I still don't like it. Yeah. So etcd is just a big config file. Yeah. All the YAML stuff, it all comes out of there. Pod lifecycle phases. So yeah, pods are pending, running, succeeding, failed, unknown. Pods are kind of like machines, or processes. I compare pods to processes and Kubernetes to like Linux process, management. There's a lot of similarities between Kubernetes and the Linux OS itself. And a pod is like a running process. And then all the other stuff is just, resource allocation. Inspecting a pod status. So to me, this equates to running PS, on a running process. A pod is a running, you can think of it as a running process. It's a container. And, the people that made containerization actually call it a running process. The container is, a running application within that. Sometimes the application is all of Linux, but sometimes it's something else. Describe pods, running, configure environment variables, injecting runtime behavior. Yes. Yeah. Emitting container in HTML. What? How? Oh, that's totally different. Commands and arguments. Running a command inside of it. We're talking about. No, this is totally different. This is like Docker containers, containerd stuff. This is something really annoying, but you need to do. Probably the biggest gotcha for people coming from Docker is they'll have a container and then they'll go try to run it in a pod and it'll continue to error out. And the reason it's erroring out is because all containers that become pods must have a loop in them. They have to be doing something. And a lot of them don't have that. There's a lot of containers that don't have that by default. So you have to add it. And so this is a very basic thing you almost always have to add. Otherwise it won't run. This one will run because it's a service, right? But some containers don't have that. IRC networks or use a job. Yeah, I don't use job very much for that, but yeah, that's a good, that's a good point. Using it as a job. I mean, it's pretty common. A lot of people will go in here and they'll set the stuff to be, somebody told me the trick to do tail-f dev null. And so it puts an infinite loop and then it just stays up. So that way you can use any like existing container and just use it as is. I love that trick. Other useful kubectl commands. I don't know how useful this is. Busybox, exec, connect to running pod. This is the same as like Docker exec. Yeah. Yeah, busybox-ish kind of pods. Nginx. You might like If you're viewing visual programming, you might try the Unreal Engine stuff. Or sleep. Yeah. You could do that. Create a pod and inspect it. 5 minutes. All right, let's create a pod. We have Minikube running. For Minikube, we have to make a thing. This is a little stuff I already know how to do though. So, yeah. Minikube create. No, is it config or create? I can't remember. Minikube start. I can't remember Minikube. I've been using Kite all the time. Yep. What? Oh, I don't have a driver installed. Because I didn't install Docker. Minikube needs a driver now. I forgot. Oh, I hate that. Does anybody know what the Minikube driver on the test is? Do they use Podman or VMware or something? I should probably install Podman. It's also time to eat. Yeah. All right. So, command line skills, activate VI mode. Yeah. Well, it's not meant to be for you. This is meant for Kubernetes admins. It's getting ready to certify. So, I want to watch programming streamer. Oh, Dennis has been gone forever. He's on YouTube. Yep. Last Mile's on YouTube. Uh-huh. I think that's it. I don't know if he streamed recently, but that's the guy you're looking for. Yeah, he streamed yesterday. Whoa, he's like traveling. He's traveling. He's on the road. That's nice to know. He's also showing movie clips, like usual. Yep. Tell him hi for me, by the way. If you say, please tell him Rob says hi. I'm kind of busy lately, but I don't watch him that much. But I miss him. So, let's see. We need to figure out what kind of driver to install, and I don't know what driver is installed. Does anybody have Killer SH access? This is the biggest problem with Minikube, by the way. I mean, both of them use Docker. I could probably just install Docker on that, but then I have to go through and do that. Use for certification. You think Docker? Um, 2019 certified Kubernetes administrator training, how to run Minikube. Have you ever seen it all in one single, etc. D, single etcd. Virtual box KVM hypervisors, internet connection on first run. Why do I get questions? Because I'm using my search. I'm using command line search. Watch the boost. I'll show you how to do it. It's on it's using DuckDuckGo, but I have it for Google. It's the fastest way to research, hands down. Nobody does it though. But if you watch the boost, I'll show you. I haven't got there yet, but I'm going to cover it. kubectl, Minikube supports internet connection on first run. Or Minikube. Run an EC2 instance with the following setup. It doesn't tell you what driver to use for Minikube. However, please note that the instance type. I try Minikube at 2 macro wasn't possible. I kind of want to use Podman instead of Docker. Connect using SSH to your created EC2 key pair. Use instances. Install Docker on AWS Linux. So they're installing Docker so that Minikube will use it. So, yeah. Install Minikube. Check the Minikube version. Start Minikube. Driver equals none. What? Let's try this. We got our answer. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. VM driver. What? Provider not found. The none provider was not found. Suggestion, install Docker. Okay. I get it. I get your point. No, I guess we are going to put Docker on here. Minikube IP configuring Docker as a container runtime. It's because they already installed Docker. That's why. Yeah. Yeesh. What's the best way to install Docker? This is not. It's a prereq. So you install docker.io or no? I don't want to install Docker. All right. So I guess we're going to anyway. Docker, you need Docker to use none. Oh, great. I missed that. Thank you for that. So yeah. So install Docker required by Minikube. I kind of want to use Kind for this now. Kind is my favorite. I go back and forth between Minikube and Kind, and lately I've been really favoring Kind. Oh Nikes. This is another one. Yet another book. I shall add it to my list. Creating a cluster with kubeadm is the way to do it. We did not, though, because we're doing CCAD stuff instead. But we'll do that next time. We're going to definitely do that. I can't tell you that yet. I haven't gone through it. Current to the end of last year. Yeah. February of this year was when they did all the new stuff, including Helm requirement. No. Why would you install Docker? Docker or desktop, but you have to pay if you use it for work. Don't do it. Just do Minikube. I'm anti-Docker at this point. Just obviously. Driver equals none. Requested core CPU count 2 is greater than the available CPUs of 1. I thought I gave it 2. I did. I thought I gave it 2. I guess not. So make sure you give it 2 CPUs, which I thought I did. Guess not. Close. Power off. We'll do a shutdown. Alrighty. Alright, it's powered off. And change the settings and turn it up to 2. I could have swore I gave it 2. I did not. Should we give it 3? We should probably give it 3 because we're going to need to take a couple. I mean, that's a lot of processors. I don't know. 2 is probably good. Rancher Desktop sucks. Unless they fixed all the bugs. I was so sad because I wanted to use it. I went to go use the first one and it was so buggy I could not use it at all. I use Windows. I use Windows because Linux Desktop is horrible. And good luck using it at work. Yeah. So I mean, this is something I've come about. A year ago I was yelling at my manager for not letting me use Linux on the desktop, and now I've accepted my fate. I'm really glad I did, by the way. Papa was like blue screen, black screen like 5 times with NVIDIA driver problems. I won't ever use it again. Not after that. I've had no problem since I went to Windows. I'm not even kidding. Because I use VMs and then I've got everything I need. Plus I can play games on it and I can use OBS that works well. Linux OBS is crap. It's absolute crap. I don't care what anybody says. Yes. And that means you use the best tool for the job. And the best tool for this job is not Linux on the desktop. There. And it gives you a better... Look, even if you don't think you're going to have to do it, at some point you need to be you need to be productive. You can almost never even tell I'm using Windows. Most of the time, you can't even tell because I'm SSH into some other thing or I'm running a virtual machine, right? I do not understand what the compelling reason to use Linux on the desktop is. I mean, some of the stuff you can script and stuff, but that's about it. Oh, yeah, and there's usually just a stream up, yeah. So anyway, let's go start this back with 2 CPUs and see if we can actually use our stuff now. I could have started it up headless, so I don't get the thing. That would be lighter on my computer. One of the things I learned recently actually was that headless Ubuntu server actually runs much faster than a graphic environment virtual machine like Kali Linux or something. This is a lot faster. Oh my God, we're 3 minutes over our time. I didn't stop my Pomo. All right, well, let's try to get back connected, and then I'll start a new Pomo. I'll do my 10-minute thing. Now, because I made a, there we go. Because I did a reserved IP, I can connect to the same one again and not have to deal with the new IP that gets assigned every time something boots normally. That's why they call it, that's the D in DHCP, dynamic, right? So I remember what we're doing. Minikube something. So here it's in my history. Requires sudo permissions. Oh. Exited due to driver not healthy. Found drivers, but none were healthy. VirtualBox not installed. Pomo not installed. I don't know why. You know what? That's probably because I installed Docker Run. I need to add myself to the Docker group. I need to add myself to the Docker group. I don't remember how to do that. Is that the only thing to do to get it to run as root? I never remember that. I've got to remember that. I got to get better at that. There's some, you have to add yourself to the Docker group and something else. I can never remember it because you don't have to do it that often. You'll have to do like once. It's 4:20. I'm gonna do my yoga here pretty soon. This is not what I want to do. Is that all? Is that all it is, LPG? I have to remember that. There's the stuff about Rancher. That's a great series, yeah. You just had your set shows the Docker group, yeah. . 'Cause 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 ' All right, let's go back. Is it user mod sudo ag docker and then we can do, I have to relog though, don't I? Yep. Requires contract. That is new. Exiting due to provider name none not found. The none provider was not found. Requires sudo permissions. Insufficient container Docker only has what? I mean, this is good news, good problems that I'm having. It needs, I thought we had enough. Maybe not. I did remove the non-driver. Yeah. I know. Close APC power shutdown. Yes. Settings. We need to give it some more space. I gave it. I thought I gave it 4 gig of memory. Oh, I didn't. I gave it 4 megabytes of memory. Oh, did you see that? I feel dumb. Did you see that? It's an M, Rob. It's an M. It's not a G. I thought, my gosh, it's like, what? 4 gigabytes of minimum RAM? That's nuts. Oh, I must ship it. I feel happy. That's supposed to be done. Anyway, I'm just going to let this one run all the way to 5 because we're done at 5. And then yoga time. You can watch the fat guy do yoga if you really want. Or you can like turn it off and go do something useful. Okay. What are we doing? And then we're going to go. I don't know if we're going to go for a walk tonight. It depends on if it's raining. What's it doing outside right now? Is it raining? Connection refused. Connection refused. Ah, the connection not refused. It should be enough for anybody. Oh, I know. The great thing about streaming is I get to make those kind of mistakes for all of y'all to see, and I can never deny them. It's like, did that guy really just allocate 4 megabytes of RAM to his virtual machine? At least I'm not that dumb. Well, if I make you, my job is to make you feel better about yourself. Oh, God. Anyway, at least today it is. I mean, look, it is the end of the day. What can I blame it on? I can't blame it on beer. Age. Oh, sigh. I am going to, look, my Minicube's working though. So there. It's Friday. Why are you coding anything on Friday? Exactly. That's why I didn't do my deployment. I finished my code and I got to do my deployment, but I'm doing it today. You crazy? Yeah, my code for my login, my K-login thing is pretty much done. There's a few tweaks that somebody asked for, and I'm going to add them. And then I'm going to release it on Monday. Like an admin who's been around for a while. Never release anything on Friday. Oh my God, if you want to blow away your weekend, release something on Friday. Never, ever. And you'll come back on Monday and you'll get all ready to release it. And you'll go to release it and you'll find something that would have been like a catastrophe. And you'll be like, I can't believe I almost released this. It's just a word to the wise. A word to the wise. Even if you think you've covered every possible thing on a Friday, just don't do it. They can wait 2 more days. And then you'll have a nice, happy weekend. You'll be able to be refreshed. And then you'll come in the next day on the morning. You'll be all fresh and everything. And you can look at the code. And you can look at it again. And then on a Monday, you'll look at it and you'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe we almost released this. I promise you, if you stay in the tech lifestyle, I promise you, if you stay in the tech lifestyle, that you will have that experience at least once in your lifetime, probably more than once. It's also, there's another saying, beware the .o. Beware the .o, because any .o release is bound to have bugs that have been deployed into production and it's going to get fixed. So you wait for like 1.1.1 or .2. Nothing significant work after 12, except for software. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you're not, the thing is really bad is, particularly if you're in operations, if you deploy an operational change, this is what's really, okay, so I'm speaking directly to the security and to the operations people. Thanks for the follow. The security and operations people, I'm talking to you, okay? Because you think that your thing doesn't apply to anybody else. You think it's like related to some system or something. But here's the thing. All the software people have queued up all their machine learning and all their heavy duty jobs for the weekend. So that little configuration change that you made that you don't think is going to impact anything, it's just a small little configuration change, is going to be stress tested on Saturday when everybody's cron jobs go off to run over the weekend when nobody's around. Thank you for that. Tequila OBS, Tequila Hubs. I love that. So I'm just telling you, just don't do it. Just don't do it. No matter how much you think it's totally fine. But seriously, it's not going to cost you a dime more to wait until Monday. I'm just saying. Just do that. You'll be happy. And my stuff is pretty much done, as I said, pretty much, right? There's a few, like I need to do a little bit of documentation cleanup and some other stuff that I could tactically release it today and then do that documentation, on Monday. But no. I know, whatever. My point is, not everything's CI VMT. I mean, that was my world. Maybe it is. Maybe I've been left in the dust. I mean, Peter, there's people who would like it that everything that we did was CI. By the way, here's some things for the beginners who don't know. You see all the stuff that Minikube is adding that doesn't come with Kubernetes by default? It says, I'm preparing a Kubernetes. I've got a thing. I'm making some certificates for you. I'm booting the control plane. I'm making your RBAC rules. That's role-based authorization controls. Verifying Kubernetes components. And it goes and gets a storage provisioner because you don't get one by default. I already see it break on Friday in the afternoon. Yeah, that's true. It depends. There's so much stuff in our system that would never be able to be deployed in CI/CD. I don't see how. I know that's kind of like not modern thinking, but there's a lot of stuff that just wouldn't fit. kubectl is now configured to use Minikube cluster default. Now this is some pretty cool, amazing magic right here. This, you see what this just did? This just updated my kube config, and I know this because the code I just wrote, my Klogin, I wrote the Klogin script for our work in Go, and it has to check in. And what I've always wondered is what authentication it's using. So I'm actually going to go dig into that right now. Don't worry, I'm not giving any secrets away. But normally you would never do this on a stream because it's going to have your certs in it. So this is the config file that's used to log into Kubernetes API. And I know it very well because I've been looking at it like crazy. Oh, and they have the cert authority. If you don't have the cert authority in there, you need to put skip TLS authentication, which we have, and we're going to take it out. It tells you the cert authority, what the server IP address is, and the name is Minikube. So that's the cluster. And then there should be users. Yeah, here we go. context. So all this stuff is what shows up when you do kubectl config. Hey, thanks for that follow. And so you have Minikube, the provider. So you have the contexts, which is an association of a name to a namespace to a cluster and to a user, which is a method for authentication. In fact, the underlying API has changed the name from user to auth provider. So when you see user, it actually means auth provider. They never got around to changing the official name. I found that out through all this coding I've been writing recently. And you can see that they're just giving a cert. So there's 4 ways to certify in Kubernetes that I now know. I don't know if these will be on the test. There's key value password, like basic authentication, which is the worst of all. You should never use it, even with the TLS enabled. And there's OIDC, which is what I've been spending the greater part of the last 3 weeks getting into. And you have to have an OIDC provider, and that means you have to. OIDC is OpenID, whatever certificates. So it's part of OAuth. And something else I learned is that if you use OIDC, you need a provider. The key providers right now are Keycloak and Dex and Ori. And these are systems that are completely independent of Kubernetes that you have to know to be a Kubernetes admin, particularly in the enterprise if you're going to do on-prem, because you can't issue certificates to all of your service accounts, and that's what these are. You as a user, you're actually a service account, and that's something else I've just learned recently. There's users and their service accounts, and the users are usually not what you think. You usually want to. If you have thousands of people and you want to give them access, usually you want to make a namespace and give them all a service account that goes with their namespace. These are architectural things that I don't think they're going to be covered on any test. And I really had to learn about them just through grinding research. And I don't know how to simplify that for people. I really don't, other than just having a lot of exposure. I mean, there's no way somebody going for a cert would ever know that stuff. The whole, somebody needs to write a best practices book for namespace management, taints and tolerations, gatekeeper provisions, stuff like that policies that this stuff is just not covered anywhere. I haven't seen anything on it. I haven't been looking really hard, but so this is good to know. So I actually know what's in this file now. If you had shown me the content of this file 3 weeks ago, I couldn't have told you what it was. I know everything about it now because I've been writing a login script for this. Your current job seems very fragile. Black box and DevOps, yes. Build logs for meta doesn't platforms just because. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't like it. There's nobody to blame. It's like, oh, the system didn't do the right thing. Well, cluster info. So this is remember we said Kubernetes is an API, right? So here's the server that will receive the request to handle the API. That's the API server. Normally it's 6443 instead of 8, but because this is Minikube, they're making it 8 for some reason. I don't know why. Hey, thanks for that follow. And you can put preferences in here. If I want to do my own OIDC provider, I could do that, but I don't need to. By the way, we use OpenLDAP, which is encapsulated inside of Keycloak, which uses grant type equals password, which has been deprecated by the OAuth team, the OAuth group, architecture group. But it's also used in Dex and AD and Active Directory and a bunch of other places. So we've decided to keep it. It's not going anywhere, even though they can say that it's been deprecated from best practices. So what? And that's a relatively recent architectural decision, and I did a lot of research to come to that conclusion. If anybody has any information to the contrary on that, let me know. If you don't know what I'm talking about, and you don't know about the authorization code versus password grant types and OAuth, then it's really not worth it to get into it. But if you know what those things are and you have an opinion, I'd love to hear it. So anyway. This is using version 1.25, which I think is interesting. Actually, if your kubectl version is more than two levels outside of the version of the Kubernetes, it won't work. It'll shut it down. We had this problem So you can do Kubernetes-v, get the version, I think. I don't know. God damn it, I'm not doing help. It's probably a version. Yeah, of course it is. All right, so this tells us that. By the way, another question. Does anybody who's taken this Kubernetes exam, do you know if JQ is on there? That's a really, really big question because I do not want to learn JSON path. I hate it. Version 1.24, go 1.18. Yay. God, they've already updated to 1.18. That's so cool. 1.18 is just flying, man. It just took off. Did you specify the right host or port? Well, I thought I did. Why would it be blocked? That's kind of weird. Get contexts. Minikube. Namespace. Default. Okay. Get pods. Dash A. Yes, it's the right host and port. Minikube, what's your problem? What is your problem? I mean, could I have a firewall problem? What's my IP? There's a way to get around this, but I'm not doing it. Minikube is on a different subnet. Yeah. That's a problem. I don't know what caused that. I think it might be because it's running in a VM. Oh. Yeah, that's a good one. Huh. 4,000. I think Minikube screwed up, actually. Yeah. It must be. It says bridge. Minikube's in bridge, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's getting forwarded. It's in the bridge network. It's supposed to be covered. For some reason, it got the wrong base IP though. It didn't use the host IP, so I don't know. Maybe it set up a new one for it. It's definitely a Docker thing. Yeah, I don't know how I screwed that up, but setting out file 51 actually because of error log unable to create open temp status. Really file system. I think this is because we ran it as root, to tell you the truth. No, I've never had these errors before. This has something to do with running a VM, and I don't know what. Yeah. Why is /temp read only? I'm gonna restart. It's a Ubuntu server. Yeah. Something's going on. I don't know. So, yeah, there's something going on with networking. It might be because I set it to bridge and not NAT. That's probably it. Because I bet you I have to access it from off the VM at this point. Unless I put it in NAT again. Because, I mean, it's not common to do that. Most people put Minikube, they don't put it in a VM, right? So this is the first time I've done that. So, yeah. I like that. This is a good error to fix. I've got a bridge adapter versus internal. I'm going to leave it as it is. There's something going on with storage, too, and I don't know what's going on with that. Port your dev environment to Windows Terminal. It's been that way for a long time. Yeah, I don't use Windows for development. I use VMs for everything. This is not GitBash. Yeah, no, it's not GitBash. I'm in a VM. I'm SSH'd into a VM. Yep. So it should work. There should not be a problem with that. 4 gigabytes of a 40 gigabyte thing. That's not a problem. Encrypted, no. Solid state drive, no. Hot pluggable, no. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it. Yeah. A Docker logs next time? You think it'll still be there? Yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't like Docker, man. I don't. It's got all the root problems. I have never had a problem like that with Containerd or with Podman. But they have different problems. So, yeah. If it's, yeah. Well, let's try. See if we can get on there. I know my Pomo is like way over. I wonder if I need to do a sudo. Oh, thank you for the sub, artist. Thank you. Audacious. I should be done. I'm going to be finishing at 5 here. I'm going to do my yoga. I swear I'm going to do it no matter what. Definitely Windows. Yep. Yes, it's Windows. It's Windows for a very specific reason. We're having a problem with networking in general now. So that Minikube screwed something up. Yeah, I'm blocking screening now. So that's not good. I may have found a bug. I probably because of the APC shutdowns. I'm going to guess that's why. I'm going to guess that's the problem. I thought I'm out of RAM. I'm running 2 VMs with 2 gig each. I've got like 16 gig. I should be fine. Yeah. Why are you so hung so bad? Are y'all still there? It might be a RAM issue. Because I got lots of tabs open too. Thank God for Lola. Yeah, I walked into that one. I know. It's not running, I promise. I just killed it. Power off. I hope it recovers. I hope, you know what? I think the read-only, I think I corrupted the disk. Lesson learned. Don't power off your computers. Shut them down gracefully. If I have to rebuild this thing, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. I'm watching the boot sequence this time because I don't want to miss anything. That's much better. Oh, you're still doing things. You're still doing things. Use fallback data source. What the hell? That's not good. I don't think it's bad either. I don't know. Alrighty. Oh, we got swap on. I should turn swap off. I forgot to turn swap off. It didn't tell me to. They're supposed to support swap now. The rumor is that it's supposed to swap. You guys know about this, right? So Kubernetes before, you had to turn swap off or use Kubernetes node at all. But I don't know. Yeah, it's not using any of it. If it's got it, it's just not using it. Do we have any Docker running at all? Why would this hang? Kubernetes on Docker. I know. I was gonna say, I don't think it does at all. Not on Minikube. It's only in the nodes on kubedm, I think. All right. So, no, I didn't. No, not this one. Once again, I am like inclined to use kubedm for everything. Because you know what? Minikube and Kind have so many individual problems that don't have anything to do with administering a system outside of it. Yeah, I did Minikube up already. I thought. No, Minikube, it's Docker up. Minikube status. This is giving us the IPs that are wrong and stuff. Stop. Minikube start. Maybe we just had a bad restart. That could possibly be. It still wants more RAM? You may face stability issues, you think? Oh my god. How much do you want? Download more RAM. It did? What? That's fantastic, Frank. You're the man. Well, I assume you're a man. It's still trying to do its thing. Why doesn't it let me bail? It won't let me bail. So you have to install more. Smart asses. I should just power this off. Cause it's like it's stuck trying to do its allocation. Oh my god. Was easy. Silly errors. That would be me. That would be me. I make so many silly errors because I get stressed. And then they always say, well, you never know. You're going to work under a high pressure environment. If I'm working under a high pressure environment, then adios. Because I don't want to work on that kind of high. Seriously. By the way, if you're like trying to save a system, it's a totally different kind of pressure. It's like I have to save the day superhero pressure. It's not like, am I ever going to get this job and are my children going to eat? It's a totally different thing. It's challenging, fun pressure. It's not like debilitating, I'm terrified so much I can't even operate pressure. And that's pretty much me in tests. That's why I'm kind of nervous about these cert exams, because I don't like them. I don't like them. I've never had to take them. I've always been fine. So I'm gonna try it anyway, though. I'm gonna try it anyway for y'all. I'm gonna try it. Then at least know what's there, so I don't have to ask everybody the questions like, "Can I use JQ?" Nobody can answer that question for me. Them Chicken Biryani asked it. You always get fired. Yeah, I guess I could get fired. That would be bad. I could get fired, but I could get another job. And one thing I'm not afraid of is getting another job. I mean, it might take me a little time. That's how much money you have saved up, but I'm not afraid of getting a job. The one luxury of being perpetually dedicated to learning the latest tech and learning things and keeping your skills up is that you never have to fear not having a job, at least in America. Yeah, new jobs are kind of exciting, actually. And if you don't have to have them, in my case, I had to take a new corporate job because I didn't have insurance during COVID and stuff. I had to give up and go back and pay my business debts, things like that. So, but yeah, the one thing about having even baseline tech skills, as we saw, is that you're pretty much guaranteed to have a job. Unless you really screw something up or you get blackballed for doing something against ethics, or you look at code you're not supposed to see, or you grab your boss's ass or something. I mean, if if you get fired for cause, that can hurt your career for sure. Because that goes on your record. People remember that shit. Eventually they'll forget it, but I imagine, come on. Can we be done here? Minikube, how do I bail out of you? Apparently I can't. You're frozen. Minikube is frozen. This is I'm just saying, don't grab your boss's ass. It's a career limiting move. It's a career. You might want to. Just don't do it. All right. I mean, you can think about it. That's not nothing to law against that. Okay. Sigh. I think this needs to just get the plug pulled out. What time is it? It's time for me to leave this endeavor. I've been at it for 4 hours, 5 hours, and I feel like I've learned a few things, but not a lot of things. There's no law against thinking about it. What they say, thoughts are the predecessor to action or something. Yeah, screw that. Just to make it obvious you're thinking about it. Oh my God, the image that went through my head. What if I was watching my own yoga video the other day trying to decide whether I should edit it or not, and there's like a big old juicy raw bass right in the camera, and I was like, oh my God, this is so disgusting. I don't claim to be anything more than I am. And by the way, I'm going to close the stream down. I'm going to restart it, and it's going to say fat guy doing yoga. So, we can have the parental warning at the beginning, fat old guy doing yoga. So I don't break anybody's eyes or something. What? You graduated? Nice. Your body paint. It's bad enough doing yoga at my current body weight, let alone the rest. I'm going to do it. God damn it. I swore. Is that a swearing? I should say, God bless me. That'd be better. I'm trying not to swear. I am. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be good. I don't know if not swearing makes you good, but some people think so. So, oh my God. Hell yeah. Yes. Just from doing yoga yesterday, today has been absolute bliss. Just basic things. When I go walking on these breaks and I go outside and stuff, it's worth it. And you know what? It gives you that feeling all of your muscles have been worked out within the last day. You know that feeling where you're kind of sore but not too sore? I love that feeling. I live for that feeling. It's my favorite feeling. And by the way, that fills your body full of, oh God, that's really nice. Thank you for that. It fills your body full of growth hormone when you do that. That's why you should work your muscles out a little bit, because it's the only way your body produces growth hormone, actually. Especially when you age, you really need growth hormone. Growth hormone is the thing that if we perpetually made growth hormone, we would never die. But as it turns out, we do die. Why did my monitor just fritz? What the hell? Tony, are you hacking me? Seriously, my monitor just died Died. That was weird. That was so weird. It must be getting too hot. All right, I'm putting that computer to sleep. Good night, laptop. I don't think you am. You think you are? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, wait, I forgot to... Power off the machine. Hurry before it starts. Yes, okay. Setting. You have to bring out the bugs in the system. Needs more RAM. Download more RAM. This is the closest thing to downloading more RAM you will ever do. Also, my fan just went off on my Mac. It's so loud. I just being present. Start. You get. I mean, I'm gonna do yoga here pretty soon. Every day at 5. That's my new normal. Download more CPU. I can. I just have to turn the slider up by getting more CPUs. Huzzah! And everybody was laughing at all the people downloading more RAM. You can actually download. Yeah. Elastic computing happened. You know what I don't like? God bless Tmux. Because you know, I can kill the whole screen and terminal and everything. Your final project, web app? Not at the moment, but please post it. Yeah, I'm sure there's people here. You post it here, post it in Discord. We do show and tell all the time. Yes, please tell us. I would love to see your apps eventually. I unfortunately don't do that a lot because, you know, I got stuff I got to do. But yes, please post it. There's a lot of other people here that would love to critique it for you. Some that might have more skills than I do on that front. RAM compression implementation. Yes. That's actually a thing you could kind of do. Minikube start. Please, no warnings. No whammies. No whammies. No whammies. No whammies. Damn it. Deadline exceeded during run Docker version. I think it might be because Docker's not running yet. God damn it. No whammies. No whammies. Oh! It worked. It just, Docker subsystem had not come up yet enough, apparently. I like the little happy emojis. It makes me happy because it means things are working. I got to remember that. I put those in my Skillbot so the kids were there doing their work and they could see it. Not the kids. Some of them were like 30. But still, they could see the little happy faces. If they did it wrong, it would put a skull and crossbones. I'm so proud of that. I have video of that somewhere. Your BMI is 36. Oh my God. My BMI is pretty bad right now too. Yeah, I've been walking, Frank, but I'm convinced that I need to do some more muscle toning stuff. That's why I've been doing the yoga. It's either that or calisthenics and push-ups, and yoga is pretty much just that. Just a different way of doing it. Yeah. I do miss my pull-ups though. I have a pull-up bar. I'm just too heavy to do pull-ups. Yeah. Cause I feel like even if I wear away all the, you know, the fat, what will be left? You know, you ever see somebody who's like really skinny but has no muscle tone? It's like, that's exactly what they did, you know. And also when you get old, you stop making muscle, which sucks. When using music on the stream, it's absolutely copyrighted. And it's also not in any of my VODs, if you'll notice. When you listen to my VODs, it's filtered out. I use an OBS feature that was added by Twitch to OBS to filter the music out from the VODs. Here's the thing. Twitch's official stance on this is you're not supposed to use copyrighted music. But Twitch does not get involved with copyright infringement unless somebody complains. And if the person complaining is the owner of the copyrighted music, then they complain. To date, there is nothing that detects copyright. If you don't believe me, go watch all of the DJs. The DJs are constantly playing copyrighted music, but they don't save any of their VODs. They immediately delete them. And that's how they do it. There's truck drivers that got copyrighted music on. There's tons and tons of people that use copyrighted music. There's people that are streaming. No kidding. This is a true story. There's people who are doing IRL streaming who walk past like a pub or something that's playing copyrighted music, and their videos will get muted because of it. Yeah. And I mean, Mikey's one of my favorite IRL streamers. He's got like Creed's Clearwater Revival coming straight through the headphones and everything. He's driving through and he never gets dinged. And I'm pretty sure it's because he doesn't save any of his VODs. So I don't know. But to date, the spirit of the law is thou shalt not put copyrighted music or anything into saved content. That might actually change. That is not true on YouTube. I will never stream to YouTube. That is not true. And YouTube, if you stream to YouTube, if you stream copyrighted material to YouTube, they will detect it in real time, shut you down, and give you a strike. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah. I would never stream to YouTube again. I did the first year I did that. That was my biggest mistake. I was like, no, I'm never doing that again. It can hurt your channel. Really? Yeah, it did hurt my channel. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about my channel. I just do it for me mostly. Trial for Twitch to complain. I'm going to save anything. Yeah, I mean, look, and there's actually a setting in Twitch, by the way. Hey, we got a minikube, by the way, so we were a success. Yay, huzzah, big, little bit of a hurrah there. If you save, yeah, so, yes, we got it. Now, the question is, can I actually get a pod? Okay, get pods. No resources found in namespace. That's much better than don't have access. It worketh. Oh my God, it worketh. Most of our problems were, hey, look at, I'm minus 49 minutes on my Pomo timer. That means I did not take a break. Well, I'm going to take a big old break right now, though. So I'm going to have a slight drink of water and I'm going to turn the stream back off. And when next time you see me come back on, I'm going to be doing yoga. If that's your thing. I do feel like this was a good session. I mean, we got our system ready to practice on. I have nothing scheduled for later tonight and for tomorrow, so I'm going to be doing a lot of IRL streaming. But I'm also probably going to be doing more Kubernetes stuff. So I did want to make everybody aware of this. I've rededicated myself to keeping yet another schedule up to date. Everybody knows I go back and forth with this all the time. One day it's good, one day it's not. If you'll notice, there's nothing consistent on here, and I'm adding stuff as the day goes on to try to give you a sense of what's coming up. This is all displayed on my about page. So if you go to the about page, you can see what's up with that. And it's a relatively new edition. I've had it there before, so I didn't have to do a lot of changes to it. But when I decide what I'm going to do, I add it to this calendar. And you can actually add this calendar to your own Google Calendar on your phone or something if you want that. If you want to know what I'm going to be doing, that's going to be coming. The reason I need to do this is because I can't tell you specifically whether or not I'm going to be doing Kubernetes co-learning. I guarantee you I'm going to do it every Friday afternoon, but I'm also trying to squeeze in a little bit more. So I might do some of this tomorrow or tonight or whenever. I don't even know, whenever I feel like it. So if you really want to catch that, then you probably need to follow the schedule. And I'll commit to you at least for the next week to keeping the schedule pretty up to date. Sometimes I'll put a stream on there like 20 minutes before I do it, not knowing it. And sometimes I have a little bit more advanced notice. So for example, next week we have, where's my thing? Oh, here it is. So next week we have, is my wife's stuff off? I got to turn her stuff off. I don't want to dox her. Okay. So here's next week. So next week we will be, at the Flux Gallery. There's 2 openings next week, and They're at the same time, so we'll be walking around going to both of those. And I'll give you guys some more stuff on the schedule later. I know a lot of you don't care. I mean, the only thing you care about is the beginner boost coming up 1 to 5 on Sunday. I really don't know what I'm going to do tonight. My wife is doing studio stuff, so I have the whole night open. And I feel, I don't know if I feel like walking around. Is it raining outside? No, it's supposed to stop. Is it raining? If it's raining outside, I don't want to go walk around. But I don't know. I'll let you know. And I promise you that I'll at least wait 30 minutes. I'll give you a 30 minutes notification here. And then another thing I've been doing is I've been dropping the stream and restarting it. All right, enough of that. It's been a good time. And I'm gonna go ahead and drop the stream because I want to save it. And I'll start back up with just music and stuff. Okay. Thank you, everybody. It's been a good time this afternoon. See you later. Do 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 do.